Good evening. I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for our work session at 5:15 p.m. And I'll start asking the councilors if you have reviewed the agenda, any comments on items on consent. Okay. Any councilor concerns you'd like to bring up at the beginning of the meeting here? Okay. So we'll start our pre-council work session with Ms. Kerber talking about the Community Service Block Master Plan contract.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Delora Kerber, Public Works Director. And tonight on the consent agenda is a professional services agreement for with architectural firm FFA Architecture Plus Interiors to do a master plan for the community service block area. That area is defined by the parcel of land that's on the northeast corner of Wilsonville Road and Town Center Loop East, and encompasses the police and public works station, the community center, the Architect building, as well as the Kiva building. What we are doing is asking the architectural team to help us do a needs analysis assessment of both what Parks and Rec administrative and services need, as well as what the police department needs. Use that information to create a gap analysis and then apply it to, oh, I don't have a video, but oh, so you can see me? Okay, sorry. And so, okay, so they could use that information and then create a master plan for that corner site, looking to the future, 20, 30 years ahead. What eventually will that be? As part of this project, they will also give us some conceptual designs of what could happen at that location, both with buildings as well as the area around it, and also give us some information as to how we might be able to phase any projects depending on which is the selected alternative. So, any questions? FFA, Architecture Plus Interiors.
So did we go through a bid process?
We did.
Okay,
we
great.
Went out for formal solicitation. I believe we had 7 respondents. Of those 7, we shortlisted 3. We interviewed the 3 and determined that FFA Architecture was the firm.
Do they have a history of expertise in public service and?
They do. In fact, in our solicitation, we were very specific of giving us 5 projects that are relevant, one of which must be safety projects, or actually, I think we actually specifically said police related, and the other one had to be parks related. And so, yes.
Go ahead.
I had 2 questions. In the scope of work, kind of bullet points all of the different steps and pieces that will culminate to this project. And there's lots of references to the stakeholders, but I'm wondering, like, do we have a list of who are our stakeholders for this? Not just in the broad sense, but who are the stakeholders for the project? And then my next question was also in the scope of work. Let's see, I think this is on page 153 of our packet. It's item SS2. There was mention of existing facility tours, of looking at different police and parks facilities to kind of better understand, I think, what's out there and pros and different ways that those structures can, or facilities, I guess, can support the work of these departments. And I was curious if council members could attend some of those tours as well. I don't know if that throws a wrench in things. It was just kind of an idea I wanted to float. Scheduling is a nightmare, yes. Right? So, or even if it was just like, hey, the tour is happening on this date and you are welcome to come. It might be interesting learning for some of us as we progress through this to better understand what possibilities are, even, you know?
Right.
It was just a thought that I wanted to throw out there to staff and get reaction on.
Well, I mean, if more than two of you decide to show up, we would have quorum stuff that we would have to notice, but other than that,
Yeah, other than that, I think it would be a matter of timing. And then also, it would be, we likely will do, one group that we're going to see police. And actually, I'm trying to remember, it might be a joint one, whether or not, but one group might do police and one group might do parks. So if you have a preference of either of those two.
Okay.
With those, but he's correct. I mean, as far as going, as long as it works for your
you're
schedule.
residents, so you can attend any public meeting that you want to.
And so to answer your stakeholders.
Yeah.
The stakeholders will ebb and flow depending on what phase and what we're doing. So we have the stakeholders of kind of the core group of, like the police chief, the parks director, the assistant city manager, myself, working on some of those things. But then when we are doing some workshops, it will also expand out to additional personnel in either of those departments. I do know those workshops will be separate. And then as we go along, the stakeholders, there will be some public outreach to let people know that was going on. And of course, the council is a huge group of stakeholders, and we plan to be bringing this information back at key points to let you know where we're going and what we're doing. And then we will get to the end and say, this is what we think based on all the feedback that we're getting, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just a sidebar question. The payment for the work and the gap analysis of the work of the architectural firm, is that picked up in the budget?
It is.
Okay,
it is.
great.
There is currently funds in this fiscal budget that we're in. There's also additional funds in the next fiscal budget.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it looks like we have all of our questions answered. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
Great. We're excited about moving forward on this, so very excited.
And I appreciate the opportunity for participating in the tours, and definitely we'll hear what they're finding along the way. And those will be at our public meetings. So that brings us to our next item, which is Frog Pond East and South Master Plan, exploring variable scaled rates for development fees for housing, with Mr. Pauly and Mr. Weigel.
Good evening. Dan Pauly, Planning Manager. And with me this evening here in person is, of course, Zach Weigel, our City Engineer. Also Todd Chase with FCS Group. And online we have Chris Ahas with Leland Consulting. And maybe additional staff joined us well. Not sure if you see anyone else from staff on. Okay. Let me share my screen here. All right, a couple of things. So bulk of this presentation will be by Todd and Chris, but before we do that, I wanted to kind of introduce a couple things from staff's point of view. First of all, where we are at this process. We're not here to make a recommendation or a specific policy recommendation to you tonight. Where really what the direction of the project was to explore this topic, see what information we could gather, and then we'd go from there. It is, part of the reason why we're even exploring it, why we had support from both Metro and the state to explore it, is the relationship to affordable home ownership and affordable housing, and which relates, of course, to a council goal around affordable home ownership. So we want tonight then to update you on the project and get guidance for any additional exploration. In your packet, we won't bring up any numbers really on the slides tonight, but there's a lot of numbers in your packet, as you know, and I just want to emphasize that those are example numbers. and calculations that aren't verified. The consultants ran with the best numbers they had at the time without the additional investment in verifying those numbers. So they could be skewed. Staff hasn't gone into additional vetting. So just keep that in mind as you look at those. In your staff report, I tend to refer to development fees, but in a lot of the materials, you'll see the term SDCs is used. So to avoid any confusion, kind of what we're meaning here. And really, when you see SDCs, it's referring both to SDCs or system development charges, as well as it can be applied to other fees such as the supplemental in lieu fees. System development charges, as you're familiar with, are citywide charges applied to all development that are specific to a type of infrastructure based on infrastructure master plan, so like the streets and the transportation system plan, and they're collected for almost all development citywide. And particularly as used in Frog Pond West and being explored for East and South is supplemental in lieu of fees. So rather than building a road, the developer pays the city into a pot to build it in the future. So again, when we say SDCs, the principles can be applied to either type of these fees. So with that, I will turn it over to Todd to continue. Just let me know when you want me to advance slides.
Thank you. We just have a few summary slides here, and then we can have plenty of time for questions. And just to point out, as Dan mentioned, system development charges are basically impact fees on new development that creates additional capacity requirements that the city provides through road, sewer, water, storm, parks. It's not a fee on existing residents. Existing residents don't pay impact fees. They'll pay their utility charges based on usage of those facilities, but they don't pay impact fees unless they're trying to redevelop their property and add additional development, homes or what have you. So we will talk about SDC methods that are used in different cities across the state and even other states. Explore some new methods that the city could consider as you update your master plans over time, and summarize available information for how those fees might impact different housing types. Identify some case studies from around the state and other locations that have varied their impact fees by dwelling unit size. Usually it's a one fee, as you currently have, based on whether it's a single family home or an apartment or an office building. This would allow the fees to vary based on the floor area or the size of the home, which you don't currently do. We'll talk about some of the advantages and disadvantages of the different approaches and show you some examples. It's in our report primarily of how this variable rate system development charge could be applied to Wilsonville conceptually. Next slide, please. The approach and the focus, as I mentioned, are on transportation facilities, wastewater, storm, and parks. Those fees tend to, as I mentioned, they're kind of a one fixed fee based on regardless of size. And then the water fee takes into account the size of the meter serving the home. Larger homes tend to have a 3/4 inch meter. More standard or smaller homes have a 5/8 inch meter. So those fees do vary by that, but not by square feet of the home. Slide, please. So this table shows which jurisdictions in Oregon and other cities nearby, in Idaho primarily, have adopted fees that vary by home size, or SDCs that vary by home size. And Portland was the first to experiment with this back in 2008. They adopted a methodology that varied the fee by location of the housing unit and by size for parks only. And then the next city in Oregon to really take this on and adopt it wholesale was Newport, Oregon, in 2017. They did adopt a fee that varies by home size for all utility types, transportation, parks, water, wastewater, and storm. And they did that in conjunction with the adoption of a construction excise tax for affordable housing. And they did the two in combination so that they could use the revenue from the construction excise tax to help pay down the SDCs for deed-restricted housing, and also provide additional incentives for builders to build smaller homes instead of just the large, beachfront mansion homes. So they've been happy with that work. It's gone really well since they've adopted that. So that was a great example and still is. Then Albany did this in 2021 for parks. North Plains just adopted theirs as well for parks, transportation, and water. And then Hayden, Idaho also does this for transportation and parks. And we can find examples in Florida, Colorado, other states if we look real hard. They've been doing it for many years. So there's definitely a legal basis for varying fees by home size. And the basis is really premised on the fact that smaller homes demand less of a public system than larger homes in terms of number of trips, wastewater, water, and park usage. And so if that's true, then you certainly can vary fees by home size.
We have a question here.
Oh,
Can I ask a question? So this is really good information. I'm glad that you're telling us which towns and cities have adopted this. Do you know if there's discussion by other cities that are considering this at this time?
almost every city we work in is now considering varying their fees by home size. Silverton just adopted theirs about 2 weeks ago to vary fees by home size. I know Banks is considering this. Pretty much almost every city, you know. But we'll talk about the advantages and disadvantages, because when you really, I mean, from a policy decision, it makes a lot of sense. From a developer's perspective, it's probably not as important as you would think.
And I have a question that you might be getting to later, and that is, especially if it's not as important to developers as we might think. Given that when a city goes to smaller houses, they're often adding more density, so they would have presumably more individual fees paid. Does that, do you talk about how that accounts for the decrease so that the cities can keep providing the services?
Yeah, how does that affect the balance?
Right, it really does vary by location. And, you know, density in a town center is different than density on the fringe in terms of, you know, city's ability to serve it without adding additional capacity. So it varies case by case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's slide. Oh, this slide just shows that the relationship between system development charges and home price, where, you know, on average in these cities, at least when we did this survey about a year ago, they were averaging about 8.5% of the home sales price going towards these impact fees. It varies by community. You can see the communities above the average are places that have kind of urbanizing areas on the fringes of their cities, like South Hillsborough, Tiger River Terrace, you know, Wilsonville Frog Pond is in there. South Cooper Mountain is, well, surprisingly low there, but, you know, I expect to see those communities, North Bethany, above average, and some of the more kind of mature, built-out cities, like Lake Oswego, Portland, are kind of on the low end of the average. But yeah, I think on average we see it in about 8 to 10% is kind of where we see that average. Yes?
What's the x-axis on this chart?
That is the X is the percentage, of the fee as a percentage of home price, or that, yeah.
I think that,
The Y is that.
yeah, I think it's just space to put the text.
Okay.
Oh,
Name
okay.
or something. Yeah, community
Oh, yeah.
name maybe, or, okay.
Yeah, it would be.
I see.
Okay. Oh, this slide shows just the exponential relationship between people per dwelling unit and home size on the top left, and number of plumbing fixtures per home size on the bottom right. And you can see there is a positive correlation. There is a relationship as home sizes get larger. Generally, there's more people living in that unit to a point. To about 3,000 feet, and then it kind of tapers off. And then, so the nexus, the strongest nexus is really homes kind of at about 3,500 feet, and then you kind of lose that relationship. You can't really expect there to be more people per dwelling unit based on this is data from the American Home Survey for the Portland metropolitan region. And then the lower right shows fixture units, major fixture units, like sinks and faucets and toilets and things like that, dishwashers, based on home size. So we can use that information to come up with a kind of an average or a kind of a standard deviation based on home sizes that we can apply to kind of the average size home, and then assume it's going to go above or below that standard deviation depending on the home size.
How does this apply to multifamily units?
Well, the data really represents, in the prior slide, single-family homes, single-family detached and single-family attached. So right now, we do not have good data on multifamily dwellings in terms of people per square foot, or even faucets per square foot. We just don't have that, and that's one of the findings of our study, is it would be nice to know that. We don't have it. Some cities have just assumed, based on the construction trends in their area, and they've calculated what the average multifamily unit is in square feet, comes in about 750, and they've just assumed that, okay, we'll take the fee divided by 750 and have it a fee per square foot and apply that to multifamily units. So some cities have done that. It's not really based on real world data that way. So we don't know. Some places we work, there's actually more people per 1,000 square feet in a multifamily structure than in a single-family structure. So
Yeah, and I think that's where I was going, is that with multifamily housing, you really may have fewer faucets and fewer, but you may have more people in a much smaller square footage.
Yeah, and that tends to be the finding. So we typically don't recommend this varying by square feet for multifamily apartments. Same thing with open space and parks. If you don't have a backyard, you're going to be out in the public park, using it more than somebody who has a big backyard. So those are the kind of things I think you do need to take into consideration. So with transportation, wastewater, and parks, our preliminary example that we've looked at uses those averages in the prior slides to assume that we're going to vary the number of residents based on home size. And based on that, they're going to increase the demand on facilities. And we actually do have information from the International Transportation Council's handbook that does have a average cost per person in terms of trip generation, an average number of trips generated per person based on the surveys they've done across the United States. So for the first time, they've actually published that in recent years. So we have that. So we have decent data for varying the fees by home size for transportation, wastewater, and parks. based on a fee per resident. And generally, it does, it does cost a little bit less for smaller homes and more for larger homes if you make that assumption. We're only talking about detached and attached homes. Next slide, please.
This is a little off topic, and it's a bit of a sidebar, so I apologize, but humor me on this one. In Iowa, I recall that the way homes were built, single-family homes, that the outside spigots for gardens and things like that were charged at a different rate than all internal. And I know that that's not the case here in Oregon, but is there a consideration, as long as we're thinking about this with any new home construction, that you would do something like that?
Well, if I'm correct, we do charge differently for pure irrigation. So if it's like a private park or something that's for irrigation, it's different. Right, Zach, do you have?
Sure. Good evening, Zach Weigel, city engineer. Yeah, for residential, we do not currently do that, but we do have separate irrigation meters that get charged a different rate for like commercial, multifamily, that kind of thing. Yeah.
And in our memo, we did point out that there are some cities where if they've invested in recycled water systems and people use that for irrigation, and we find that mostly in places like New Mexico, Arizona, Florida, they will have a fee based on lot size that takes into account irrigation areas. So that is something we did know, but until you have that big investment in recycled water systems, we don't typically see that. But for water, you do vary the fees by fixture size, meter size, 5/8 and 3/4, as I mentioned. A lot of that has to do with the fact that you're sizing your water capacity systems and treatment plants to handle the potential capacity generated by a larger meter during a peak hour or peak season. So you size your infrastructure accordingly. And so we can vary the number of fixtures based on home size, and we can apply an average to that and calculate a fee per fixture. Sometimes we have a base fee, and then homes above that will pay a different block charge based on the size of the home and number of fixtures added. And again, it generally costs less for smaller homes than large homes through that type of approach. And with storm, you already do have a stormwater fee that takes into account the cost per impervious square foot of area added to a new development, but then you've applied that to kind of an average home size in terms of an equivalent residential unit. So you have kind of a one category for single-family homes. And you could certainly vary this by impervious square feet if the applicant would tell you how many, measure basically as part of their application the current number of impervious square feet and what's proposed. If it goes up, they pay the fee. If it goes down, they don't pay the fee. Or they could even get a credit against the fee. So that's one way to take that into account, or you could just come up with a block rate for this as well and have a small, medium, and large category based on the home size. Next slide, please. We did talk with 3 or 4 developer types that are active in the area, and I'm going to ask Chris Zahas to weigh in on this because he's our kind of lead developer consultant.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. Can you hear me okay, first of all?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, so we met with a few developers to kind of probe a couple main questions related to this. One is, does a variable rate STC, would that impact the bottom line home price affordability that they would charge to buyers or renters in the community? And then 2, would it motivate them to perhaps change the mix of housing that they would otherwise build? Would it incentivize them to build maybe more middle housing types that are indirectly going to lead to more affordability? So kind of as Todd alluded to earlier in the conversation, it depends. We heard some maybe counterintuitive or surprising findings. And the main points that we heard as we talked to developers is, one, the most important thing for them around SDCs is just the assurance that it provides them that there is a plan to pay for and build the infrastructure. That's really what matters more than anything else, that they have that assurance that there's a plan in place. And then once that is in place, the market itself is really what drives their decision-making around what to build, and they look at the SDC as part of the total site development cost, and they look at that as more as a single, they certainly break things down, but really it's the cost of the entire package that matters to them as opposed to the individual line item. And that's where some of the variability comes into. Does it really move the needle or not? It depends on what the total bottom line numbers are with all the costs built in. I will say they also told us, as far as creating opportunities for different development types or different product mixes, they're already incentivized to do that just by the need to appeal to multiple market segments at the same time so that they can build out and sell out their projects quicker. So in that regard, it's consistent with sort of the way they would already be thinking about product mix. We also asked the question, and again, we got a kind of it depends as an answer around would reduced costs for SDCs, would that trickle down to the buyer in terms of lower costs or lower purchase price for a home, or would it accrue to the developer as just a higher profit margin, if you will? And again, it depends. In some cases, it's conceivable it would just accrue to the profit margin. Other cases, it would result in lower costs that would get passed on. I think what we heard, the main factor there is really what is the total cost of the home at the end of the day, and is that in alignment with what the market is willing and able to pay? And then, we did also hear some support for the idea of variable rate housing, particularly if they're tied to incentives for certain specific housing types that are desired around, for affordable housing and stuff, so that there be some, that it is an incentive that if you want to think of it as strings attached to incentivize a particularly specific type of middle or affordable housing that the city wanted to incentivize.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, I think we have some questions on that last slide. Go ahead.
So I appreciate all the effort that you put forth so far. What I'm not seeing, and I did not see in the documents in the packet, or what the potential risks are or the disadvantages to the city and to the community of this program.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you. I have a question that maybe you're going to get to, but on this one, and I see you've got one more slide on the developer response. You said you talked to 7 people, 7 developers?
4.
We were scheduled for the 4th, didn't come through, so we've talked to 3, but I will say it was a good mix. It included a nonprofit developer that essentially is, raising money, fundraising and building homes. It included a developer that's kind of a smaller scale family level developer that intends to build something that, and, have a cash flow over a decade plus to hold on to a project and have that cash flow. And also a developer that's a larger developer that would likely build and then turn around and either sell the lots or sell the home. So their cash flow and their business model is a little different. So we got, those 3 did represent a good cross section and gave us some good information. Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess I'm surprised, especially with only 3, but I'm surprised I'm reading this slide and it says that it could reduce housing costs and increase developer profit. That's really good. and then it could tip the scale toward more attainable housing. So those are all things that sound really positive, but then I also heard you say that it doesn't really, did I hear you say it doesn't really make a difference to the developer? And if that's the case, why does it seem like I hear about this so much out in the media as the biggest problem out there?
It's a great question.
I'll take a stab at that one. I think the difference it would make is primarily to a smaller first-time builder, say somebody who owns a half-acre lot or a 2-acre lot, who is thinking about partitioning it. And by doing that, if your current approach, they would probably pay twice, maybe 50, 60,000 to partition those lots. But this approach, if they're just going to build a couple of smaller homes, say under 2,200 square feet,
It would be a noticeable
it
difference.
would be a big difference. It would be about half that much.
And because they wouldn't have the land cost in their calculation, so it'd be, yeah.
So,
But if somebody's building 35 homes,
yeah.
and you're saying it still depends on the total cost, which that might be, I mean, it seems like that is related on if maybe the city is requiring a certain setback and street trees, and it's a hilly area, some kind of stormwater. And so they probably can't always control, I mean, the site is what the site is.
Right. Yep.
And so is the reason the SDCs don't make a big difference because the difference, the burden brought by the type of site is just so much bigger?
That it could be, and plus they like assurance that the number's the number, you know? If it's going to cost $50,000 a house, you know, I can run my pro forma. I don't know if it's going to be $75,000 for the big house and $25,000 for the little house and $50,000 for the medium house. It just confuses things sometimes.
Oh, I still have to go figure it out. And so what about with the city charging those lower amounts, the city is then losing out on money to build the parks.
I mean, if you size it right, it should be revenue neutral because we've based it on system impacts based on real data. And that's the big question I think Zach and the engineers brought up is, you know, we can't necessarily apply Portland data to Wilsonville or national data to Wilsonville because we are at risk of under collecting.
That is the thing with all SDC programs. No two cities are alike.
Yeah.
And the age of the infrastructure, the sewer treatment plant, the water plant, the level of service for parks, these things all vary across the state of Oregon. So you can't compare Wilsonville to Tualatin or to Sherwood or to any other community.
Well, again, then why is it that we're always hearing about this every?
Well, it's a fee, and it does have an impact. I mean, I think what's happening is because there's no more federal or state programs or grants to build water plants, sewer plants, everything rolls downhill to the local government.
True,
And so
and I've
for
heard
us to be,
smaller cities really complain.
for us to be able to provide that infrastructure to make way for growth, we have to charge what the market will, well, not what the market will bear, but what the true cost of development
And
are.
we did hear that at the LOC conference about cities that are much smaller than Wilsonville that have really nowhere to go to rebuild their water system or.
I've often said there's only one zero-sum game in local government, and it's SDCs.
You have said that.
I have, and I've said it for 27 years, because you're either making growth pay for itself, or your existing residences are going to be subsidizing growth.
Right.
It really is that
And
simple.
that really rings true with me where, let's say you have 20,000 residents and the urban growth boundary is expanded and now a developer can come in and build 200 houses. And it's up to them to decide with the market what they're going to charge and all of that, what people can pay, and then they decide on the size and type of house and what kind of profit they can make, which is all what they should do. But I agree that I don't like the idea of the existing 20,000 residents contributing to the profit margin for one business.
Yeah, but I will say, I mean, the argument from the home builders is true. I mean, it is expensive. It is expensive.
And we wish we had other ways to pay for it, and we used to have other ways.
Well,
Cities used to have other ways.
Federal government used to build sewer plants for communities and water plants and roadways, but all that's been gone for many years. And state government used to provide grants. Now they only do it for certain low-income communities. So all the federal and state funding that used to be there to build communities is no longer there. So it's left on local governments like Wilsonville to provide that infrastructure and to do it in a way that hopefully attracts some growth, but also is recognizes the fact that when you bought your house, you bought in at full freight for whatever the SDC package was at that time. So we're trying to be consistent across time spans.
Right, okay.
This is a really good discussion. But in your example of, what did you say, a 1.5, 2 acre lot that they're maybe going to partition and looking at, and could this incentivize, right? So I'm thinking about different scenarios or smaller projects or something like that too. And I'm remembering, I think from our packet and from past conversations too, ADUs for Wilsonville do not carry SDCs. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
So a smaller project could also put in ADUs, and that would also fill the more affordable option, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, like, there's different ways we could get
700
there,
square feet
too.
below, right?
Yeah, and I think that's some of the discussion that we're having is like, there may be public policy reasons why you maybe want to lower some SDCs to get a certain type of housing or some other package or something. That might be something that if you explained it and said, here's why we're doing this, and it makes sense to us. When I was in my former city, we waived up to 3 permits a year for Habitat for Humanity. We just said we're going to absorb that into the system. We're going to subsidize those 3 homes every year. We never got 3. We usually get 1, but there are public policy reasons why you might want to consider stuff like that.
Okay, but that's like a very directed, very kind of closely defined why we're doing it, how it's going to happen, what it will ultimately result in. I'm curious too, in the examples, Newport, I think it was 2017, right, from your chart, that Newport. So, and you said deed restricted housing, right, when you mentioned Newport?
Well, they define affordable at 120% of the median family income. So it's pretty high for deed restricted.
Yeah. So, but the lower STCs was only available for the deed, this 120?
No, it's for any home, but they can use other incentives for deed restricted as well, because they have that construction excise tax.
Okay.
So they can use that to help pay for off-site improvements and things like that to further incentivize development.
So they have a second funding source to backfill their SDCs, so they're not really giving anything away, they're just backfilling with other funds.
Yeah. Shuffling, reshuffling. Okay. Thank you.
Did I misunderstand that you said that it's possible that the savings would be passed down by the developer, but the developer could also retain it and increase their profitability?
When we heard the input from the developer, the answer was both.
Here's my concern, is that we are in a, despite the fact that home costs continue to be high, we are also in a section of the United States that continues to grow, and our city in particular continues to grow. The timing seems off, that we know that sales continue despite the increase in mortgage rates and interest rates. So why would we potentially lower the SDCs because the builder knows he can still sell the home at full price and he will still be a buyer? It's the standard of capitalism, a buyer and a seller. Why would we choose this path right now?
To me, it's one of the few things cities can do to try to leverage more attainable housing types in the community. Otherwise, the developer's incentive is to build the biggest, most expensive home that they can for the money on the lot.
Well, therein is my concern is the can as opposed to will.
So another thought I just wanted to check out with you, hearing some of this discussion, is we do have a certain number of older, large lots around Wilsonville. And as time goes on, there, and especially with the middle housing rules, somebody, a certain, might be motivated to subdivide, change their house into a duplex. They've got to come up with the money to do that. What kind of SDC, do we know what we would charge on an SDC in that case? Because it would create more housing on that same lot.
Yeah, so currently, unless it's a size that qualifies for an ADU, if they create a second unit out of an existing structure, the current policy is to charge full rate for that second unit.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So as I walk around the city a lot, I see, everybody can see you've got some lots that just aren't always, I mean, they're beautiful, big, large lots. There's a lot of yard to take care of and a house at the back or in the middle. And I could see somebody buying those for the purpose of implementing House Bill 2001. And since we have all the infrastructure in the city, it does seem like there might be reason to incentivize something there. And we met with, Matt Lorenzen and I met with a large employer this afternoon, and the employer has probably some really significant, it's a good wage. And they do hear, not surprisingly, that there is a challenge with people who have a long commute, maybe wanting to change their employment so they don't, if they found a place to work closer to home. Or they could try to move here. And what they found, the housing prices are high. So if we can find ways for some more moderate priced homes or some way to incentivize, I don't know if you can even do it with, I know that Mentor Graphics used to offer an incentive if you bought a house here, if you worked there. And that's not up to us to do, but can you just expound a little bit on this incentivizing, subdividing lots? So it'd be like small developers.
Yeah, so, and I've talked to some developers where it is kind of individual owner that wants to divide it off, but some of the costs are disincentivize that. It is a different model, and that's the thing. Even as we talked about these different developers we interviewed, the impact of SDCs does vary based on your business model and what else you're working on. So if you're trying to partner with a local builder just to build another unit on your existing site, that looks quite different than a subdivision by a regional or national builder. It's just the numbers work differently. So as we explore this, I mean, you'll want to keep, maybe you do tailor an incentive to a certain type of builder that you're wanting, that we've identified there's barriers that this would be most meaningful to.
Or maybe if they're creating what we would define as middle housing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, infill middle housing would likely generate less of a system impact than brand new housing on the fringe. And so you could have a policy aimed at that. If you define infill a certain way as, has to be a site under 2 acres or, something like that.
I think that was the thinking when we adopted the ordinance waiving SDCs for ADUs.
Yeah.
How many
Similar.
ADUs have we had built since that ordinance was put in place?
I think we have about a dozen now, but most of those have been the last couple of years, all but 2 or 3 of those have been the last couple of years. So there has been an uptick.
So it's taken the market a long time to catch up
Yes.
to that policy.
What's the average square foot for the ADU?
So under our city code, in most of the city, it's allowed up to 800 square feet. There's a smaller square footage allowed in Old Town, but 800 square feet is the max for an ADU.
Okay, we'll let you continue with your slides.
We're almost there. So the advantages, we've talked through some of these. There's certainly legal precedents now, increasing usage of scaling SDCs by home size. We're seeing it in Oregon, nationally as well. We haven't seen any challenges that have come up from that yet, so no court cases to lean on. It's most favorable, as we mentioned, for the smaller builders, I think, that are, that are going to try to shell out the money to see a subdivision happen, or minor partition on their small lot. And the larger ones, as we talked about, are more focused on assurance that these are the costs. I can either pay for that road and get credits, or I can pay my SDCs and move forward with my development program. If the fees are the 8-10% of the sales price, they'll just work that into the pro formas and it's time is money.
When you say work that into pro formas, what you mean is they will pass those costs forward and backward.
Yes, yeah. They'll target their profit margin and look at the home sales price and say, these are the units we can absorb over the next 3 to 5 years at this price level. And yeah.
And they'll negotiate differently on the purchase of the land based on what?
That's what I was getting.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to,
That's a good point. Yeah. And at best, the way we calculated these fees for, say, a 1,000 square foot unit that has to pay the fee, that doesn't meet the ADU requirements, at best, they'd get likely a 3.5% reduction in overall development costs if they were the final builder of the home. So, yeah, it could move the needle a little bit, but it's probably not the biggest tool in your toolbox to help move the needle. And I like the idea of focusing it more on infill in selected locations based on system impacts of infill. So that would be innovative. Disadvantages generally requires a little more statistical local data than you probably have to work with currently to be comfortable that you're not going to under-collect and not have to recalibrate in 3 to 5 years because you did so. It's a bit more complicated formula, but you can, it's basically just algebra, you could put it into a model like we've done in Newport where you just enter in the assumptions and it'll tell you what the fee is. There is a little more increase in staff time to administer, certainly to explain to applicants. And it would increase the STC cost for some housing, for sure. The units above average, they would go way up in price potentially, and the units below average could be measurably below the average. No assurances that you're going to have a cost savings passed on to owners and renters. And there's that risk of under-collection. So, those are the disadvantages.
And on your earlier slide, you talked about, there was some comment about developers wanting to know, what they were be able to kind of predict what that neighborhood is going to look like.
Yeah.
And when I look at this risk of under-collection, is there a risk that, okay, they have a reputation, they're building in different places around the Willamette Valley, and if a city under-collects, does that end up not meeting the standard that they had hoped for?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which then hurts their overall sales,
That hurts the
probably.
overall city. Your level of service goes down. You delay projects that you thought you would build in 15 to 20 years and things like that.
Okay.
And then you have to make up the difference through rates.
All right.
So Zach, did you have some comments as we finish up here?
Just
I know
one-
Zach had some.
Just one thing to add on the under collection. I mean, if you think about the transportation system, that's how we build our roads. SDCs is it. That's our only funding source. So under collecting on transportation is a big deal. So if we were to move forward with implementation, we want to make sure that that's not going to happen, right?
Nobody would be happy with that.
I would say the hard infrastructure stuff is the one that I would be the most concerned about. So sewer, water, stormwater, roads. Parks, you have a lot more flexibility.
But when you mentioned, like, if we didn't do this in the right way, then it could impact rates, and then rates would be impacting existing residents.
Well, that's how existing residences would subsidize growth.
Right.
Is if you
That's what I
undercollected.
mean.
Yeah, so.
But if we did the SDC, then hopefully the new people, the new developers are paying for it rather than the existing residents.
Yeah, and I think the scaling idea has some merit to it, but I think there's a lot of things that you just have to be.
It's not as simple as it might sound.
No.
Yeah, but I like the concept. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well, it may be helpful, I mean, we want to, I know we're kind of running on time, but I just want to go and happy to have conversation or continued conversation either in this meeting and beyond with the council. But some key questions that us as staff still have is, does it do enough to incentivize that low-cost home ownership opportunities that the councils talk about? That question of how it gets passed through, any cost savings, you know, obviously we've talked about adequate fee collection, and can it be simple enough to administer? So with that, just what questions, I know you've mentioned some things about, you know, the different types of development. That's been a really good conversation. I appreciate that. But what other questions are in your minds or that you'd like additional information on that we can bring back to you as we continue to explore this?
I think we may have gotten ahead of you a little bit and already asked most of our questions.
No, that's great.
But I would really like you to see you double down on the risks and really make sure that we've done significant due diligence on what the impact could potentially be to our current citizens and current homeowners. If those costs come in low and that savings is not passed down into more middle housing and affordable housing.
And then to add on that, I really like the idea, I mean, we have such a housing crisis that if we could incentivize so that we have the middle housing where they can get maybe lesser fees than somebody who's building great big huge homes.
The other aspect to this conversation is one that we kind of just stalled on, which is the construction excise tax. That is the only tool that I'm aware of in Oregon where you could actually do something significant. So if you wanted to write down 80% of affordable, work with someone who builds affordable housing or middle housing, and you wanted to write down 50, 60% or 100% of the SDC costs, that construction excise tax would backfill whatever we're losing from SDC. So that would be an opportunity to look at.
And I guess I would feel hesitant to pursue anything in a large scale without some sort of source to, you know, continue to provide the level of service and expectations that our community has. I mean, those having good systems in place serves everyone in the community. And if we are looking at having equitable housing, not just affordable housing, but equitable housing, we need to have those strong systems in place. And so I would be careful how we move forward with that if it's in a large scale, you know, that we have some source of funds to maintain these systems at a high level. And I from this conversation though, I would be interested in what we've discussed, what our city manager mentioned a very closely defined program up to 3 or some, like what other cities are doing something like that where it's guaranteed to go through to really lift a project off that's going to be with Habitat for Humanity or something that you know, that's going to make a difference in the community, and we know it's going to provide affordable housing that is needed in the community. Like just have a little bit more guarantee of what the outcome, I guess, would be. I'd be curious to hear what other cities are doing on that, what the opportunities might be in that kind of arena.
Thank you for that. We've mentioned, so I like the idea of if you call it a land lease deed restriction, so that there are a certain number of houses that, whether it's Proud Ground or Habitat for Humanity, I know there's another type of organization or two out there, that, of course, you have to bring money to the table to keep that land deed restricted and the price bought down, so that a certain number of houses can always be occupied by somebody by people who are in a certain income bracket. And I like the idea of 120% of area median income, or 80%, maybe find something like that, so that we have taken a solid step in maintaining opportunities for people who have important jobs in our community. And I was just reading this book today about how this inflation of housing, you know, started taking on real speed in the 70s, and it's just continued, so that when somebody's paying 50% or more of they need to use 50% or even 90% of their income for rent. They're not going to live here. And so they're going to have to commute from a long distance, and we want all people with these important jobs to be able to live in our community. So the idea of having 3 or 4 houses a year is a good one. I like that one. I also wondered, though, about using the SDCs, and I think, Brian, we do need to look again at the excise tax. I think we should. And then and maybe you're not ready for this one now, and I don't really have the right acronym, but when we were at the League of Oregon Cities meeting, Council President Ockervall and I, a couple of weeks ago, there was a session on, I don't know if they're community block grants or something that communities use to fund some of these first-time home buyer or low-income housing opportunity. And I mean, I should say achievable and affordable, not necessarily low income. And then the last thing is the risk of some of those programs was brought up, which is where the affordability aspect ends after 30 years. So I think it would be good to look at ways to keep a permanent bank of, I don't know, middle housing that's achievable by people with middle and lower middle income incomes. However we can do that.
Thank you.
Is that enough?
Ongoing, it's going to be an ongoing struggle.
Well, all that being,
Hands on deck.
but all that being said, thank you for, number one, bringing this to the table for us to have this conversation and diving deep. And I think what we're asking you to dive is dive a little deeper, but you know how that goes. So great work so far. Look forward to hearing you come back with some additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ditto. Okay, thank you. So that brings us to the last item of our work session, which is the Tourism Promotion Committee with Ms. Mombert.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Zoe Mombert. I'm the assistant to the city manager here at the city. And this evening, I am going to walk you through a bit of our...
Is your microphone on?
Yes, I'll speak a little louder. Sorry about that. This This evening, I'll be walking through our Tourism Promotion Committee's fiscal year 23-24 5-year action plan and annual 1-year implementation plan for the Wilsonville Tourism Development Strategy. I'll be referring to this as the plan this evening just because it's a lengthy title. This is the plan that the Tourism Promotion Committee recommended to you on April 5th. Before we dive into high level what we're looking to do this year, I wanted to go over a few of the accomplishments that the committee worked through over the past year. And this is in addition to the things that they're required to do, such as hold 4 meetings a year, present this plan to you, and select their chair and vice chair. Those items are really continuing to work on their social media and marketing, which I'll highlight in just a moment, as well as the updates to the visual identity project. This is a look at our website. The Explore Wilsonville website continues to be updated with relevant content and serves as a hub of information for those looking to come to our community. In calendar year 2022, the website users increased by 70%. The information I'll note in your packet from Ray, our consultant, is from calendar year 2022. So that annual report is on a calendar year, just based on how the business world works rather than our fiscal year. So just as we go through that, we're in 2022 for the stats that are in your packet. Our social media continues to climb. We continue to have at least 3 posts a week, and our followers have grown over 40%. The content varies by what blogs are out there, the seasonal itineraries that we have, and that will just vary by year. You will see year over year that some of the content remains similar with the programming or different events that happen annually in and around the city. Our Facebook users continue to grow from 2021 to 2022. They grew by nearly 500, and our Instagram followers increased by over 200. We are reaching people at a greater distance. So I reference distance because a part of this program is reaching people that are 50 miles or more away so that we can attract them to stay here in the community. So we are reaching a greater number of people at a distance on Facebook and Pinterest as compared to Instagram. We also had a lot of really great public relations this year. In the Northwest Travel and Life magazine, we had a spread in their fall issue. We also had a 4-page spread in Willamette Living. This focused on places to stay, things to do, places to shop, and places to eat. You'll find this content is very similar to the information on our website. And finally, we also had a nice feature, again, in Northwest Travel and Life in the winter, and the writer managed to put in a lot of content in this small article about staying in Wilsonville, food and drink, visiting our parks, such as Memorial Park and Graham Oaks, as well as a trip to Bullwinkle's. Another element that is interesting about our Explore Wilsonville promotion is that we have content partners. There were 3 content partners, again, during that 2022 calendar year. Christy came and visited us in the spring. Her focus is really on foodie, being from Seattle, came down and visited. We do curate our itineraries based on the information we're trying to share to the different audiences, as well as the type of influencer they are and the type of content they normally share. Rachel had some great information or sharing information about how to travel to Wilsonville with your family. That was the ask. She also added some great content about how to travel to the area with your pet. That wasn't expected, but also a great way to share that this is a lovely place to come, not only with your family, but also your pet. And then Kara came to us at the end of 2022. I believe, if I remember correctly, it was a very stormy weekend in Wilsonville, but she still had beautiful content. She was still willing to have that outdoor approach and visit our parks and the like. Another huge accomplishment this year, in now going back to fiscal year 22-23 was updating our visual identity. We were able to do this on a relatively small budget comparatively to other visual identity projects. We were able to incorporate In the Heart of It All, which is our new slogan that kind of came just organically as we brought J-Ray on, and they started to talk about Wilsonville being in the heart of it all. We really focus on this being the hub. Stay here in Wilsonville and go to all these areas right outside and have your adventure. The colors you'll see, we kept green, which is consistent with the findings of the survey they did with stakeholders. And green continues to be a color that people gravitate towards, similar to our logo. We were able to incorporate the leaves, and the heart has similar leaves to not only the Explore Wilsonville logo and the city logo. What's also neat about updating our visual identity is we now have this badge, which is the big circular one, and that'll be great for different branding rather than just having our more rectangular logo or visual identity. With that, for the next year, we hope to continue to excel at our marketing, focusing on social media with J-Ray. The budget for that is $200,000, which was referenced not only in the strategy, but will be coming to you in your upcoming budget. This is consistent with the contract we have with them. The visual identity will start to roll out in the next fiscal year. We have the brand guideline done. We just need all of our materials, our brochures, and the website to all be consistent before we fully roll that out. And then finally, we hope to start our tourism development strategy update. This will also be in your upcoming budget and was identified in the strategy. The intent here is that our current strategy is about 10 years old. And the world, the hospitality industry and the travel industry has really changed, especially due to the pandemic. If you look at our 1 5-year plan, it talks about continuing our marketing, but it also references a sports complex, which was something that we had thought that we wanted to really evaluate a few years ago. Now, post-pandemic, we're not sure if that's really what the right solution is for our area and where we should be focusing. So that's really the intent of working towards that updated strategy now. The proposal is to do this over 2 fiscal years. So we not only split up the budget, but it also allows the committee time to develop that RFP or request for proposal, and get it out on the street and start the work at the end of the next, towards the middle end of the next fiscal year, and then roll the rest of the work into the 24-25 year. And with that, that is an update on the Resolution 3047, which is on consent for you this evening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I should also note, Carolyn Berry is our new council liaison to this committee.
Just to add on, I'm really, really impressed with the people on the committee. They're really focused and doing a great job. I think there's 2 vacancies. One was just reappointed. Is that right?
We have 1 vacancy, and we have 1 that's going to be expiring at the end of the year. Yes. And Mark and I are actively looking to make sure that there will be people to fill those positions.
I think they made some suggestions at the very tail end of the last meeting.
Thank you.
Quick question on promotion.
Yes.
Are you promoting through the Boone's Ferry Messenger?
Not particularly, and that's only...
Go ahead.
That's only because we're really focusing on that market 50 miles or more away, because our funding is through the tour. I should have backed up a little bit. The tourism promotion program is funded through the transient lodging tax. And since we're focused on getting people to stay in Wilsonville, we try to target our efforts further out in the 50 miles or more. However, as you look through that annual report, it does talk a lot about how our social media followers are more local. And in that way, we hope that they'll be ambassadors to the community, share the content with people that might be coming to stay with them.
I think that's an opportunity.
Okay.
Because I started following it. You know, you get elected to office and you have to do those things, right? And I've actually shared that content with others, friends and people that I know that live outside of our community and live in other states, and say, hey, you know, there's all these great things you can do, because they don't know where Wilsonville is, and I don't tell them I'm from Portland. So they have no context. So I think also promoting it within our own population, because such a significant portion of our population comes from somewhere else. So they've migrated from out of state or whatever, and then encourage them to also share with their friends and family out of state.
Okay, thank you.
I was curious, you know, in our packet information in the annual report that we received, there's all the stats on. There's all the stats on all the things. Many pages of this, of the engagement and kind of results of the campaigns and things like that. And I was curious if J. Ray shares any sort of benchmarking for us along the way of how the results of some of the things for Wilsonville might stack against other cities or clients or entities that they're working with. You know, like, should we be happy? I'm looking at all these these stats, but I don't know, should I be happy with how this is going? Should I not be? I don't have as much to measure it against, right?
So we currently do not benchmark our marketing efforts against other communities. We've really benchmarked it based on how are we seeing more visitors come? Are we seeing more people stay in the area? My understanding from talking to Mark Ottenod, who also works with me on this program, is that we have heard from our hoteliers that they are seeing an uptick, which is fantastic. We, in the past, have looked at comparing our overall work through the STAR report with other communities, but it's really just hard to pinpoint. So we've not looked at that again in a number of years. So no, currently we are not benchmarking against other communities. We are benchmarking on the work that we've done year over year. And I should note that J. Ray's only been our consultant for a few years, and the majority of that has been during the pandemic. So we're kind of starting from zero again on our benchmarking, but we have been really excited about the results we've seen with the work they've been doing. But we can report back to you. Hopefully next year's report will be able to show you a little bit more side by side.
Yeah, we've had some wild years, recently. They work with other communities doing essentially the same type of work, right?
Yes, they have multiple clients.
Yeah, then I would be curious how, I mean, even if, like, obviously we have a trend line, right? We're going up, right? But what does that trend line look like compared to another community? Is it a similar, you know, scale or not? I would be curious. It might be an interesting learning for us. They could aggregate and then anonymize if they, you know, to protect people's information or something, you know, but that would be interesting.
Okay.
All right, well, if there are no more questions, I think we got good coverage there, good questions, and thank you very much for the report. So that brings us to the conclusion of the work session. So I will adjourn the work session at 6:33 p.m. and I will convene a meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency at 6:33 p.m. Will the agency recorder please call the roll?
Member Barry.
Present.
Member Ockervall.
Here.
Member Dunwell. Here. Chair Fitzgerald.
Here.
And Member Linville is excused.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to citizen input. And do we have anyone wishing to provide input? Given that, I do not have to read that, correct? Correct. Moves to our consent agenda. Will the agency attorney please read the consent agenda?
URA Resolution Number 345, a resolution of the Urban Renewal Agency of the City of Wilsonville authorizing acquisition of the third group of property and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor project, and minutes of the April 17, 2023 Urban Renewal Agency meeting.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been read. Do I have a motion to approve it?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Maybe say that again.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
The motion to approve the consent agenda has been made by Councilor Berry. Is there a second?
I second.
Motion's been seconded by Councilor Dunwell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. I will adjourn the Urban Renewal Agency.
Nice to get it out of the way, though.
Yeah, thank you. And that means we have a break. Good evening. I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council in our regular session at 7:05 PM on Monday, May 15th. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Berry?
Here.
Council President Akkerval?
Here.
Counselor Dunwell? Here. Mayor Fitzgerald?
Here.
And Counselor Linville is excused.
Thank you. Will you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Shortly, I will ask the council to approve the order of agenda, but I would like to move that we, in recognition of all of our guests here, we start with the communications section, so we will flip the mayor's business and communications section. Is there a second?
I second it.
Motion's been made and seconded to start with the communications segment of the agenda and then go to mayor's business. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I need to actually say one more part of that. So now may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Your Honor, I move to approve the agenda as amended.
I second.
The motion's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. So we would like to start with our communications segment of the agenda with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, giving us the state of the district report. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Okay. Let's get everything set up here.
Chief, you'll have to pull that microphone closer.
All right, how's that? Doing better?
Yes.
Okay. We've got a presentation, we've got a mic, we're ready to go. I want to thank you all for having me. I know your agendas are very busy, so I appreciate your time this evening. I just wanted to mention I'm joined by the engine company from Station 52. Lieutenant Pimentel, if you wouldn't mind introducing your crew really quick.
Hi, good evening, happy to be here. Lieutenant Pimentel, our faithful driver here, AO operator, Danielle Joe. Aaron Dykeman and Joaquin Valdez. We're stationed here in Wilsonville from Engine 5-2. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So my name is Laura Hitt. I am our Deputy Chief of Administration. So I oversee our logistics division. So that's where we would have our facilities maintenance, fleet maintenance, a supply warehouse, capital construction. I also oversee our organizational health division. So that's where we have our human resources services, behavioral health, and occupational health. And then we also have a business strategy department where we have our public records, medical records, because as a medical provider, we have the confidentiality for patient, and then we also have data and GIS analysts in that department. And so I just have a quick 10-slide run through that I'll share with you today to give you the update on the state of the district. Perhaps. Oh, it changed. There we go. Just a little bit of a lag. So TVFNR's mission statement is to create safer communities through prevention, preparedness, and effective emergency response. And so we've recently gone through about a year-long process to update our strategic plan, and we're looking to implement it as a 5-year strategic plan that will go through 2028. In the past, we had a 2-year strategic plan, which we didn't feel was very forward-looking. So we really wanted to advance that to a 5-year plan. We have 3 objectives in mind when we're looking at our strategic plan, which is performance, opportunities, and health. And so one of the other challenges that we had is to update our strategic plan to make it more readable and so that it could be more easily understood not only by our partners and our residents, but our employees as well. So it's just so not as deep and really wordy that you just kind of look at it and set it on the table. We really want our strategic plan to be something that all of our company officers, our managers, our leadership team, and all of the goings on about their daily business, whether it's the budget process, any specific projects that they are working on, the way we deploy, that everything runs back through that strategic plan. So we will be implementing that this coming July. Succession planning. So succession planning and carrying on the values of TVFNR is really important to us, and we have had quite a bit of succession planning through retirements these past couple of years. This past year, we conducted promotional processes for lieutenants, captains, our battalion chiefs, a division chief, assistant chief, as well as various administrative support staff positions as well. And perhaps like you have been seeing, I know in other fire departments, and even somewhat in the private sector around the nation, it has been difficult to recruit new employees. And so we've been working with our government affairs department as well as our organizational health staff to expand our recruitment efforts. We've been working on social media blitzes, mass media advertisements, outreach campaigns, anything that we can do to generate and bring interest into the organization. We're looking to hire the next diverse group of employees that'll take our organization forward. Our next firefighter academy is this August, and we are now planning to do 2 firefighter academies to keep up with attrition and succession for the next few years. And so our firefighter academies are 4 months long, and they start every February and every August. And so I want to give you a video. We're hoping that that's going to work on this next slide. And it's an example of the content that we're trying to push to our social media. Again, long videos, long things that people are trying to research documentation. That's not what the newer generation is interested in. And so this video was actually inspired by our newest generation of firefighters, and they filmed this on their own with an iPhone, and she is amazing. She does it in one take.
Oh, hey, you're already here. We don't have a lot of time. We've got a fire in our district, so come with me. Here's what you need to know. Starting December 2nd, 12th and Valley is hiring firefighter EMTs and firefighter paramedics. We're a big district, so there's a lot of opportunities. We're looking for compassionate and driven individuals to better serve our communities. If that's you, start getting your paperwork together. That includes your fire team scores, CPAT, and any licenses. For more information, check out our website. And we're putting on new videos, but right now I gotta go.
That was Priscilla Tapara. She did a great job. The idea is to garner the interest, because it is quite a bit of a process to become a firefighter, and the processes and the paperwork to fill out. So we're trying to drive those individuals to our website, where we're trying to simplify an outline of then what it takes to become a firefighter, rather than getting in depth into that in one of these videos. Oh, we're done, Priscilla. Going on to the next. Going down the pole again. She's a very busy station. So I want to give you an update on our bond. So our bond was approved by voters in 2021. It was not an increase to the tax rate because we were retiring old debt. And this just gives you an idea of some of the projects that we're looking at. We're looking at a relocation of an existing fire station. What you'll see there on the map, if there is a station in blue, those are stations that we have identified as needing a pretty significant remodel. In some cases, we might have a rebuild because the station is so old and it needs a lot of improvements. We would like to upgrade our training center, which you can also see there in the map, located in between Sherwood and Wilsonville. We have a capital replacement plan for our response apparatus, so we will be utilizing some of those bond funds to help fund the capital replacement of those apparatus. And then we're always looking at the growth of our district and forward thinking, and so if the need arises where we might need to purchase land for future stations, we would have some funding set aside in the bond program to purchase some land. An example of our fire station improvements, if I may touch on We have 4 goals in mind with that, and so the scalability of the station is extremely important to us. When we're looking at remodeling our stations, we want to make sure 20 years, 30 years into the future, as the needs of the demands increase in our cities and in our areas, that we can be able to add personnel and add apparatus without completely restructuring the station. So we want to make sure that we have enough bay space, that we have enough bunk space, sleeping quarters, so that as needed, we can add. Seismic is still very important. We always talk about that earthquake is coming. We need our firefighters to be safe when that happens so that they can still respond and get out of the station. We know there will be damage, but we want to make sure that they have the seismic improvements so that they can respond. Safety is another important aspect. So when we're looking at our future fire stations, we've been really investing into access security, card readers as opposed to hard keys, unlocking keys, so we can monitor access and entry into our stations or restrict entry if we need to. We've been also putting cameras in the exterior of our stations to monitor the parking lots and such. And then also when the community does need to enter our station, that there's a midpoint where they can come in if they need to ask questions or perhaps get a blood pressure check, but it doesn't allow them all the way into the living quarters of the station. There's that secure area, just in case a safety issue were to arise. And then lastly, diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are things that we are looking at, even from a station design perspective, is what does the station look like for the future current and future generations of our firefighters. And what we're finding and what we're learning is our staff goes to design conferences, and also we're learning from other fire departments, things like having a separate men's and women's locker room are in the past. What we're finding in other departments that are a bit ahead of us, or like I said, in some of these design conferences, it's more about having a community locker type area where you can have your own locker and you have your stuff, but then you have private shower suites and bathroom areas to change, because what a men's and women's locker room is doing is inadvertently separating the staff, and you might be missing conversations if you're not of the right gender, of the majority in that particular station. Or as we know, there's different, people identify differently as we're moving forward, and we need to make sure that our stations can accommodate anyone regardless of gender, and then how we work together in our stations. Right now we have the majority of our stations have shared bunk rooms, so we can have 2 to 3 beds in the same room, and they'll have a bit of a privacy wall or a pony wall, if you will, but we want to provide individual bunk rooms for our personnel so that they have a private space to make phone calls. If we have a nursing mom, that gives her an opportunity to express milk if she needs to, or in other areas of the station as well. So we're really trying to re-envision what the future of our fire station looks like. And so this bond project is going to allow us to step into that. And I know there's going to be a lot of lessons learned as we walk through this, but we definitely want to stay on top of it for our personnel, because they are in those stations 24/7, 365. This here is an example of the Wilsonville annual incident snapshot. And so what we like to provide here, we like to provide the geography of the station so you can see the distribution visually of the incidents, or the hot spots, quote unquote, in your city that occur. As you can see on the top, we break up the incidents by incident types. And when we evaluate the incidents occurring in our cities, in our district, we look at them at how they're dispatched. So that first top line is they were dispatched, and then when the crew actually arrives, what did they find when they arrived? And really the distribution of the incident types here in the city of Wilsonville is what we see across the board in the entire district service area, which is primarily medical calls and public service calls. We also evaluate some specific subcategories there in the middle with some structure fires, vehicle fires. Those are some typical other types of specific incidents we look at. We also like to evaluate the distribution of when incidents are occurring. So that graph there on the left is the incidents occurring within the city of Wilsonville on an average annual hour per day. And what you can see there is that we're not consistent throughout throughout the day. So as the communities go home and go to sleep, and then they start to wake up at about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and now we're in the community, we have traffic, that's when we start to see our call volume increase. And then later in the evenings, towards your 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, things tend to slow down. By no means do they stop, but you can see that when we're trying to understand deployment and the needs of our organization, we're seeing more in that daytime response. The pie chart that you see there in the middle is the distribution of incidents by day of week, and we really don't see across the district a dip that is significant on any of those days. On any given day, we tend to see an equal distribution of our incidents. We are busy from Monday through Sunday. And then the 5-year incident count for the city of Wilson there is there in that bar chart. And you can see there was definitely an uptick from 2020 when the pandemic hit and people went home and the instances of 911 calls did decrease that year. But then they came back in 2021 as people were starting to come back out into the community, feeling safe to call 911. For a while, some people were hesitant perhaps to go to emergency rooms, go to their doctor. And then as you can see, between 2021 and 2022, it was relatively stable here in the city of Wilsonville. And then we like to show a distribution of the top station responses that respond into the city. And as you can see, Station 52 behind me has the largest distribution, followed by Station 54, now in Charbonneau, and then Station 56 up on Ellickson Road at the 18%. So we are always looking for ways and opportunities to leverage technology to improve our performance and make us as efficient as possible. Up there on the top right, that is an example of a Lucas device. So we have deployed Lucas devices on some of our transport units in our district. And what that does, it provides mechanical chest compressions when we have patients that are in cardiac arrest. So in the back of an ambulance, rather than a person doing the work, we can put the Lucas device on the individual and sustain those chest compressions to increase survivability rates. And we have celebrated our first cardiac arrest survivor with using one of our Lucas devices. So we were really excited about that. On the left there, that would be an example of one of our battalion chiefs using simulations and video in front of them on what a fire might look like, and then the scenario can be changed, and then the battalion chief is managing this training simulation fire. So we're utilizing technology to do that. We have also been working with Apple. We have a small group that is test piloting an Apple Watch, a group of firefighters, so that they can monitor their emotional, behavioral, and physical attributes during the day. The Apple or the watch will prompt them at the end of the day. You know, your heart rate was elevated at 1 o'clock, what was occurring, and perhaps they were in a stressful incident, they were in a fire, or perhaps there was something going on with them in other situations, and it helps them reflect. And what we've heard with some of our firefighters is they were not necessarily as in tuned with how situations affected them both physically and mentally. So that's just a pilot project that we're working on again, what kind of technology can we use to help not only how we respond, but even help the health of our firefighters as well. And then lastly, we also have an in-field iPad application that we deployed that helps us collect data in the field. And so I'm sure some of you have heard about the Internet of Things. Basically anything can collect data at this point. But the goal that we have is if something is collecting data, it doesn't help if it's just sitting there on the machine. So that's a cardiac monitor right there that we connect to a patient, and it collects a lot of information. But if that information is just sitting on the cardiac monitor, but not coming back to the responder to help inform how they can treat, or after the call, connecting that data together with how we treated so that we can understand what was the performance of our CPR or the performance of our treatment for that particular patient, it can provide us the whole quality improvement look about how we're managing. We're talking about doing it on fires as well. So one of our apparatus companies we're at the cusp of being able to grab telemetry data from our apparatus. So as you can imagine, when you're on an EMS incident, you might have the ability to further document. You have a person that's focusing on documentation while somebody's treating the patient. When you have a structure fire, we're pulling hose, we're going into search, we have chainsaws, we have ladders. You don't have somebody there that can document the fire. But what we can do is there's data collected on our apparatus. We know when the engine has stopped, we know when the pump is turned on, the pressure of the pump, when water starts flowing, the gallons we start flowing, and if we can then harvest that data and then include it into the holistic view of this incident, then we can understand all the training hours that our crews are putting together, the difference that it's making objectively when we actually go out to an incident. So there's a whole lot going on in technology, but we're looking for every opportunity. It has to be valuable, be efficient, and has to make sense for the organization. Speaking of that training, as I talked about earlier, performance is really important to us. And not every incident provides our crews with the repetition of the files in their brains to always be proficient. And so you have to train. You're going to have some of those critical incidents that don't occur a lot, but when they do happen, you need to be ready and you need to be prepared. And so our crews go through a ton of training hours throughout the year for medical scenarios, fire scenarios. We have our special teams that are regularly doing training. We have our training center that I mentioned where the crews can go down and train. We also have opportunities with multi-company drills where that was an area near the Gaston area last year where our crews came together to work on wildfire operations. That's an example of hazmat. So whether it's classroom training or hands-on, we're doing everything that we can to help our firefighters build those files so when the incident does occur, they're ready to perform. So preventing emergencies and reducing our risk and educating our residents is an important part of our mission, as I mentioned earlier. So last year in 2022, our deputy fire marshals and inspectors performed over 3,000 inspections of our commercial buildings in the district. We have been conducting our multifamily housing landlord training sessions. So a lot of that had been moved to Zoom during the pandemic. We're now being able to bring that back in person. But the pandemic did teach us some things. So we do have online classes. So if somebody was unable to attend one of those in-person classes, they can go to tvfnr.com and download some on-demand training sessions for our apartment program. We've been teaching hands-only CPR to thousands of students. And I know that includes the community groups here in Charbonneau as well that have been really active in that. We've been hosting annual summits for hundreds of scouts. We just had this opportunity this last April, and I did ask staff, I'm like, there was over 100 scouts there, and they said, oh yeah, it was amazing. So it's really exciting when we have opportunities to be out into the community, to teach and help them and really educate, because we are there to respond to the emergency, but we also want to work with our communities to prevent the emergency or help them to be prepared when the emergency occurs. And I know in working with our government affairs staff, they mentioned that we've done a lot of work with the communities in community groups in Wilsonville. We partnered with you on the Wilsonville Ready campaign. And I know I was personally excited to see the community attendance when we were had our final, we're able to open Station 54 and have the open house last year. So we really appreciate the engagement with all of our communities. So in Washington County, we have been having some challenges in the EMS system where the private ambulance provider goes into what we call a level 0. And what that means is the ambulance company does not have ambulances available when we have a patient that we are treating. And when that occurs, what it does is it puts the impact to the fire departments, where now the fire departments need to staff a transport unit so that we can get that patient from the scene into the hospital. And we've been experiencing that for some time. We were able to work with the counties. They developed an EMS council. It is a public and private partnership with stakeholders on that group, and the idea was to address some decades-long system challenges that we've been having in the Washington County area. So just recently, as a result of that EMS council, the county opened up a bid process for the private ambulance transport in Washington County with the expectations of improved data sharing, dispatch, and our response times, and 3 vendors did apply, and AMR was selected. AMR is the transport provider for Clackamas County, here in Clackamas County. So the county and AMR are currently negotiating what that contract looks like, and we have an expected start date for them in Washington County in August. And my last slide, I did want to make you aware that our board is expected to refer a levy to the May 2024 ballot. So we currently have a levy. It is a 45-cent levy. It expires in June of 2025. We have been at this same rate for 2 levy cycles or 5 years. And so our levy helps fund firefighters, our paramedics, some of our support staff, as well as the purchase of medical and firefighting equipment. As I'm sure is not a surprise to you, with the rise of cost and supplies over these past years, we will have challenges funding our existing operational expenses at the current levy rate. And so we currently are in the process of conducting analysis and understanding community attitudes to understand that voter attitudes about potentially increasing that rate and what that might look like. And so we will continue to keep all of our partners informed as we move through this process, but we do anticipate coming to the ballot in May of 2024. And I appreciate your time again, and please, if you have any questions on anything I've just talked about or anything else, please let me know.
Well, thank you, Chief Hitt, and all of your colleagues. Really appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad to hear that things are going so well with Station 54. And I did appreciate when I saw some of you there at the opening, the really great value of the new way of handling the locker areas and the individual, or the shared, yes, I guess you'd call it break area. Because when I thought about if you were the one, let's say there are 5 female firefighters and 1 male firefighter, and they're all downloading after an event in the women's locker room, the male firefighter might not hear much of that.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's not how it really worked out in the last few years.
It might have swung the other way.
Probably went the other way.
Years, yeah.
But I think that really makes a lot of sense, and it was just an old vestige of how things were built, and so thank you for thinking of that.
Absolutely, and in many ways it's unintentional.
Right.
It's a structure of a station.
Sounds better. I think you could get better sleep in your own place too. So.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We've definitely heard that message from our firefighters.
And
absolutely.
I'm going to see maybe some of you on Friday, because I'm going to be taking part in the Community Academy.
Oh, excellent. Yes, I will be there.
So could you describe what that is for people?
It's amazing.
And I know Council President Ockervall went on it.
Oh, yes. So our Community Academy, it's a day-and-a-half opportunity where we like to work with our officials, our partners, people like in the community to help better understand the district and the services that we provide. It's essentially an immersion into TVF&R. And so it's bringing in our public partners so you understand what TVF&R is about. So we do a small classroom session in the morning where we'll provide you, it'll be a roughly 2-hour probably presentation like this, providing you some background of the district, but then we want you out on the training ground. So you're going to get a set of turnouts, you're going to pull some hose, you're going to spray some water, we're going to take a car apart, and you're going to be there all safely, and you will be taken care of. And then after lunch in the afternoon, each participant goes to a different station, and then you get to ride with the crews. You do essentially a ride along. Yeah. And yeah. We'll get your name because the idea is to provide that exposure so you can understand what it's like for the firefighters. You stay the night. It can be up to you, and the firefighters will talk to you about it. If you do want to get up in the middle of the night and respond to a call, if that is anxious for you or you're not interested, that's absolutely okay. But then you'll eat with the crew, you'll sleep with the crew, and then in the morning we'll do a debrief. And we want to know, what did you learn? What are some of the challenges you saw? Any concerns you saw, any opportunities that you saw, because we can only be successful as a district when we're seeing all of the different perspectives. Right. And so not only for us to share our perspective with you, but that our partners that are there to share the perspective back with us.
Thank you. So, Councilor Dunwell.
Just a quick question. What can we as a city council and as a city do? Because I know TVFR is bigger than Wilsonville, but what can we do as a city to support you beyond what we already have in place?
Oh, I think when we're just working with our partners, particularly with our government affairs, community risk, preparing our communities and educating our communities in what we do. So I think we still see quite a bit where our communities thinks that we're just a fire response, that firefighters are in the stations and they only come out when the smoke shows and the house is on fire, but we're the first line also for medical events. And so we want you to call 911 when you need help, but please don't be surprised when the fire department shows up. We'll get a no, I didn't want you. And we say, no, we're here. So all of our firefighters, at a minimum, they're licensed EMTs. And at least on every rig, we have paramedics. And we do that because we know our number one call is medical related. And so we want to educate our community that we are a medical provider, that we're here to help. But then again, the events that we work together on to help educate our community, how do you prevent the emergency from happening in the first place? Or when it does happen, how do we make sure that you're equipped and prepared? I think about some of our emergency operations or major emergencies. When an earthquake happens, we don't have that many fire stations and that many personnel that are going to be able to go house to house. And so what do you need to do to be prepared for those first 72 hours to be self-sustained? We're going to get there when they're, when we can, but by and large, some of the community members will be by themselves. So what can they do to make sure that they're being a partner with us when that major emergency happens? And so some of those education opportunities I think are really helpful as well. We want to make sure that our residents feel prepared and know what to expect.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
So two things. So you had a slide that was a map, and on the map there were different places highlighted, and one down by Charbonneau was highlighted, and it had a little yellow spot in the center, and it was bigger than some of the spots to the north. Do you remember what that?
I do. Those are what we call incident density maps. So what it's looking at is across the geographical area of Wilsonville, and we also do that for the district. How does the incident density, so what you're seeing in those hotter spots where they were a bit larger or the color was diving down into that yellow, there's a higher density of incidents generally occurring in that area compared to some of the smaller dots up top. Or when you look at that map, you'll see that some of them, there's just kind of a light blue haze sitting in there. So as you're seeing that brighter and larger spot showing up on the map, that's where you have a higher occurrence of incidents occurring within the city.
And so was that before you located people down there or after?
From the station?
Yeah, because having the station there's probably been very helpful, right?
It is absolutely helpful, and that's why you're seeing a high occurrence of Rescue 54 responding and being a part of the responses in the city. So we have been seeing these spots. So what we see in our district, a higher occurrence of responses can occur within our senior living facilities, rehab facilities, memory care, where you have our population as they're aging, they start to have more medical problems, and then when they come into a senior living, they're all located in the same place. And in some of cases, you might have independent living that goes to assisted living, that goes to a memory care throughout an individual as they age, and so within a single facility. And so we do see a concentration of 911 calls occurring there, and so you do see where there were some of those hot spots. Some of those are senior living centers, affordable housing, where you have socioeconomic challenges with the population that might not have access to health care. They'll call 911 because that's where they're looking for services. And so we'll see within our district in some of those areas of affordable housing, we can see a higher call volume. And so that's what you're seeing. So in that area of Charbonneau, that's an incident trend that we have been seeing, which is why when we were looking at deployment, we wanted to put a station in the Charbonneau area, is because we can see where those incidents occurring. So they were occurring prior to, but now that we have the station there, we're in a place to help meet that, what we call the demand. So the demand was occurring, and now 54 is
faster, more efficient way.
Absolutely, and with it being in the Charbonneau area, we were also interested in coming on the other side of the river. So like I've talked about, one, there's a traffic component, so we're already on the other side of the river where 52s has to come and traverse down I-5 or Station 56. If 52s is out, they're coming down I-5. Within the Charbonneau community, the station's already there, but then again, if there's that earthquake or we have any challenges with that bridge, then we have a station there to support that community opportunity if we were to happen to lose that infrastructure. So we've been looking at that area for some time. This is a different type of station, as you know, where we were unable to secure permanent land and purchase land because that area is so small, but we have that lease opportunity. And so we wanted to
It works really well. Well, thank you very much, and we really appreciate you all coming to the council meeting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so that brings us to another presentation we have from Eli, who is a student at Wilsonville High School. Somebody gave me a blooper here on my notes. No, he's a student at Wilsonville High School and with Westland Wilsonville Schools. And I think, Eli, if you could just give us your first and last name, and look forward to hearing some of the recent accomplishments at Wilsonville High School.
For sure. Good evening, city councilors. I'd like to start off by introducing myself. My name is Elijah Sievers, and I'm a senior at Wilsonville High School. So since the beginning of the year, I've had the responsibility and the opportunity to be the student body representative. So I like to think of myself as like a little liaison for the school right now. So normally I attend frequent school board meetings to discuss activities and achievements that are happening at Wilsonville High School. But today I'm just here to focus on 3 areas of achievement that we've had recently. So I wanted to start off with our incredibly talented robotics team that goes by the name of Error Code 0. Not only did they have roots of success from last year, but they continued to grow, learn, and overcome obstacles that stood in their way. So to start, this year we hosted and constructed the Wilsonville Robotics Competition, in which Error Code 0 won and were the winners of the Creativity Award. Furthermore, they were the winners of the Autonomous Award and were district semifinalists at the Oregon State Fairground event. So they had such a great time. They were able to go down to Corvallis, and the great part about robotics that I really like is how many more pieces there are than to engineering construction. There's so many business and leadership opportunities within it as well. Ranked 22nd going into the tournament bracket, Error Code 0 became district championship finalist, and at the end of these events, they ended in 3rd place in the entire PNW district, which is pretty exciting. Finally, they were ranked 16th going into the World Championship tournament and were division semifinalists for that, so it was very exciting for them. They put a tremendous amount of effort, leadership, and organization into creating a long-lasting and successful robotics team. So go Error Code 0. Next, I would like to recognize Wilsonville High School senior Helena Jones. Helena Jones is a dedicated swimmer who'll be attending the University of Oregon next year. University of Georgia, sorry, that's where I'm going. It's stuck in my head. I don't know. Thank you to Mr. Davis for being here also to help me out with that. Thank you. During this year's swimming season, Helena won and broke the OSAA state swimming records in the 100 and 200 freestyle. She finished the 100 at 49.26 seconds and the 200 at 1 minute and 47.15 seconds. I believe these times have allowed her to qualify for the Olympic trials. Wow. So I'm not sure if that is in her plan at all, but it's pretty exciting for her. Lastly, I would like to recognize junior Jasmine Brown. And actually, Jasmine has been here before, recognized for her 2 consecutive championships with the girls soccer team. However, today she's being recognized for her outstanding success with wrestling. Jasmine was the champion in the 170-pound bracket for 6A and 5A girls wrestling. This is extremely special not only for Jasmine, but to the Wilsonville High School wrestling team, because she's the first wrestling champion in the school history for both our girls and boys teams, so very exciting. I don't have anything else to present or recognize for you guys tonight, but I did want to just say thank you so much for this incredible opportunity and just for being here. I think it's really interesting and cool to see how these hall meetings go, and I'd love to be maybe a part of it in my future, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for I heard this afternoon that a group of girls from, I think, the middle school and maybe some from the high school had a great visit to Collins Aerospace. I don't know if you heard about that.
I did not.
They used to do it before COVID, and I think they've had 2 groups. And I just wanted to say that we've heard from a number of employers in Wilsonville that they are really wanting to know more about, just connect with Wilsonville high school students so that they can learn about some of the great opportunities for employment after you come back from either go straight there after high school or after community college or college. There are some great jobs here. So we hear that from employers.
Awesome.
So you can pass that on.
Perfect.
Any other comments?
Mayor, I'll just say that this thank you for putting this together. I know it was on short notice, but myself, Bill Evans, and Ms. Troja met with our counterparts of the school district, and understanding that we can't recognize every aspect, but we're going to try and build on this every year, because it's not just about athletics. There's a lot of great stuff going on with the acapella group, sold out, correct?
Debate.
And the robotics team always seems to be amazing. So we're going to try and figure out annually how we can kind of grow this. So not just recognizing athletics, but what we did land on the proclamations is for OSA sanctioned team sports. We would continue to do the proclamations, but every year we would highlight all this other great stuff that students are doing at Wilsonville High School.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
You did an amazing job at presenting your materials. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Councillor Dunwell.
So I agree. The academics, I would really love to see more of where you accelerate the academic studies. I do know that Wilsonville High School has a great academics program, which makes me ask you the question, what are you going to major in?
So I'm actually undecided right now.
So when are you running for school board?
So I definitely do have an interest in education. That is definitely in my top. But I'm not sure. I really enjoy math as well, so might have something in that in my major. So not quite decided yet, but definitely will be thinking about it. Yeah.
That's great. All right. Well, thanks for coming to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Okay, so this brings us to citizen input and community announcements. And I have one speaker card from Tabi Traher. If you'd like to come to, you can use the podium over here if you'd like.
Oh, you can do it the way you're proposing. You kind of missed the mayor's business.
Oh, let's do this. Is this okay?
This is fine. You can do citizen input now.
Okay. Well, I didn't change the agenda, so I'm noting that we would like to welcome our citizen input presentation.
PowerPoint? I emailed it.
I knew I was
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Well, it's great to finally meet you, Mayor, in person.
Thank you.
I know we've Zoomed before.
Yes.
And thank you all, City Council, for your service and everything you do every day. I'm Kim. Oh, you're Kim. That's right. Nice to meet you, too. Nice to meet you. I'm just going to hold it. I wasn't sure, that's why I brought my computer. I'm just going to share this.
Part 2 of Bulky Waste.
Oh, that was last week.
These are the results.
The follow-up. Okay.
Do you mind?
Here we go. I haven't done that since high school, so. Okay, so just to introduce myself, I'm Tabby Trauber. I'm actually one of the board members of NAMI Clackamas, and so I was asked by NAMI Clackamas to come and kind of represent their organization and hope that we might be able to get a proclamation approved for May as being the Mental Health Awareness Month. And so I will warn you that this PowerPoint presentation was not done by myself. So I will be, and I was also supposed to have a partner tonight. So let me see here. All right, so just to let you guys know, I'm sure, I don't know why the font's off, but I'm sure you guys are very familiar with the importance of mental health, especially with the pandemic and with COVID, all of the demand has increased. There's also been, I like to also spread awareness with the phone number 988 because a lot of people aren't aware of this phone number. It's actually like the crisis line for 911, but for mental health crises. So that's really great for people that are either experiencing it themselves or see others that are in crisis for mental health. So these are just a little bit, some facts about mental health. 1 in 5 experience a mental health disorder. 1 in 15 experience both a substance abuse and mental health disorder. And I have actually, unfortunately, a lot of experience with this within my family. The last week and a half, I've actually been dealing with the hospital with my nephew being admitted for some mental health and substance issues. So I know this hands-on, unfortunately, and that's probably why I'm speaking. But I also lost my sister to suicide, so that's why I'm also very passionate about NAMI. So one suicide death does occur every 11 and a half minutes. The national suicide rate is 13.8 deaths per 100,000 population per year. And Oregon actually ranks 38th in the country at 18.3 deaths per 100,000 in population. Clackamas County suicide rate is 18.8 deaths per 100,000 population, and it's the 12th leading cause of death. The second leading cause of death in 15 to 24-year-olds. So NAMI Clackamas, we actually have a lot of different programs. We have peer support, family support. We also have connections and resources for therapists, housing, all these different avenues. So we're a grassroots nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the quality of life for everyone impacted by mental health through education, support, and advocacy. And it's offered free of charge. So it's all through sponsors and donations and events. Like, for instance, we're having the NAMI Northwest Walk this upcoming Sunday, so feel free to join. You guys, we would definitely love to have you there at Peninsula Park. I've actually been a walks captain for going on 12 years because of the loss of my sister. We have a lot of different training programs, 8-week programs, 6-week programs, to where that you're either peer-to-peer, where you're like one person might be experiencing mental health crises or somebody they know, and they can talk to somebody else who's been through it. And that's kind of one of the key concepts of NAMI. For you to either be on the board or on the staff, you've actually had experience with mental health issues or mental illness. And we also have free presentations that we've been stretching out to schools and churches. Also, we do like lunch and learns. So we've been trying to go to especially the hospitals since the pandemic and teaching people just as far as more mental health, like precaution and prevention, because a lot of times the police might get involved when it doesn't have to be the police. And so we have presentations like In Our Own Voice, Mental Health 101, Lunch and Learn, and Ending the Silence. Ending the Silence is a very focused one that does tend to cater towards middle school and high schoolers because, like I had mentioned, the suicide rate is so high for that age category. And then we also have free support groups. We have weekly, monthly, and we just have a lot on our website. And this is a lot to read, so I don't want to just read PowerPoints, but I want you guys to know all the different resources that we do offer to help the community. We also have online help, which has actually been one of the blessings during the pandemic, is therapy has been an option, where in the past it's never been an option over the internet. So that's been a great resource for people as well. And good things happen when people in crisis meet people who've been there. And it's very true, just like with a lot of different traumas or situations in life, you know, it's easier to be compassionate or empathize with somebody that has been there and done that. And that's the end of that.
Well, thank you very much for coming to council, and we really appreciate you know, the chance to have a longer presentation like that to make some deeper points than we can have in a proclamation. But since you are here and this is such an important area for our community, and Wilsonville has had a history of taking care of people living with mental illness, starting with when they had, and probably before, when Damish was established in Wilsonville. And so I would like to read a proclamation. Whereas mental health is part of everyone's overall health and well-being, and mental illnesses are prevalent in our county, state, and nation, with 1 in 5 adults experiencing a mental health issue every year. And whereas stigma and the resulting discrimination is a primary obstacle to early identification and effective treatment of individuals with mental illness and their ability to recover to lead full, productive lives. And whereas approximately half of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14, and suicide is the leading cause of death of individuals ages 10 to 14 and 25 to 34. And whereas long delays averaging 11 years occur between the time symptoms first appear and when individuals get help, and it is therefore essential to cure the stigma and discrimination that is the primary cause for those delays. And whereas every citizen and community can make a difference in helping cure the stigma and discrimination that for too long has surrounded mental illness and discouraged people from getting help. And whereas public education and civic engagement improves the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. Now, therefore, I, Julie Fitzgerald, Mayor of Wilsonville, a municipal corporation in the county of Clackamas in the state of Oregon, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Wilsonville to increase public understanding of the importance of mental health, to promote identification and timely treatment of mental illness, and to cure the resulting stigma and discrimination, in witness whereof and with the consent of the City Council and the City of Wilsonville, I hereunto at my hand on this 15th day of May 2023, Julie Fitzgerald, Mayor. Thank you. Do we have anyone, so I'm actually going to read this now. I should have read this earlier. So this is citizen input and community announcements, an opportunity for visitors to address the City Council on items not on the agenda. It is also the time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and the City Council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizens input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and you can use the raise hand feature of Zoom to let us know you'd like to provide comments. Do we have anyone else wanting to make comments? Okay.
It does not appear so.
Pardon?
I said it does not appear so.
Okay. So now we'll go to mayor's business. I'm reporting on some things since our last meeting 2 weeks ago. I have been spending some time, and staff has been spending even a lot more time reviewing and providing city testimony or letters of importance to state legislators on a number of issues. The one that I wanted to bring up that's really concerning us and a lot of cities in Oregon, as well as League of Oregon Cities, is House Bill 3314. We consider this to be a bad bill from the city's perspective because of number of features included in the bill. It would basically really make it difficult for Wilsonville and other cities to carry out their planning and zoning codes that have been developed over time with so much input from their own citizens. And I think that's what makes each city unique, is it reflects the will and interest of the people living there as they've developed master plans and codes. This bill, at least in its current form, which is the House Bill 3314, 4-6 amendment would allow developers to build whatever kind of housing they want without regard to environmental, transportation, or community aspirations. And I have twice submitted testimony in opposition to this bill, and our planning director, Miranda Bateshell, is scheduled to meet next week with the bill's sponsor. Ms. Bateshell will advocate for the -5 amendment sponsored by former mayor of Milwaukee, who's now Representative Mark Gamba. And he understands well city issues with concern to this bill since he has been a mayor. And I really appreciate his work and other legislators who are advocating for cities. Additionally, the Joint Transportation Committee held a work session last week on House Bill 2662-4 and universally voted in favor to advance the legislation. And this is a bill that would set up a volunteer task force of state legislators, local governments, and transit agencies, as well as railroad interests, to look at issues of extending the Portland Metro West commuter train from Wilsonville south to Salem. The bill was moved to the Joint Ways and Means and Legislative Administration Committees for approval. So we're really pleased with that, and we're hopeful for a positive vote at the House and Senate and encourage residents and businesses to support House Bill 2662-4. It's really a study to define, to explore all the potential for extending this train to Salem. On the face of it, we hope it would show that it would be a doable project and it could pull cars off the freeway and make people, give people a much easier way to commute to and from for jobs and the legislature. I also last week attended a joint meeting of the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Commission of Wilsonville and the West Lynn Art and Culture Committee of the West and the West Lynn Wilsonville School District, and that was held in West Lynn. The meeting was really an opportunity for all of these groups to share their efforts and initiatives and visions toward making arts and culture more visible and accessible in their communities. And I've also been interviewing a number, this is just about the end of the season, to interview people who have submitted applications for our boards and commissions, and really always enjoy what I learn from talking to people in Wilsonville. And I think I've had 9 or 10 interviews. Really, really great to always meet our citizens and hear what they have to say and ways they want to make the community better. Today, I had the great opportunity and pleasure to visit Collins Aerospace, which is just down the road. It's a major Wilsonville employer with 600 employees here in Wilsonville. And our economic development manager, Matt Lorenzen, went as well. And we learned that, I mean, this is a really significant company. They have grown recently. They now have, Collins Aerospace has over 73,000 employees at 300 sites around the world. And you may have read about how they designed the heads-up technology for pilots. So instead of looking down at the controls, you look up and you see it on the screen. This is now significantly advanced into really specialized helmets that do that same thing. And that they make the most sophisticated and high-tech helmet in the world. And their company has other products in other parts of the country, and they are very interested in what we can do about affordable housing, achievable housing too, because they have employees who want to move here. I'm glad to see that Frog Pond East and South is going to be developing. They are very interested in our high school students, and as I mentioned earlier, they just had their second round of STEM students, female students from our Wilsonville schools. I think they had 40 of them, and they got to go through the plant as I did today. And really, they want to just showcase the kinds of amazing technical and scientific jobs available at their plant. We will all have a lot of time together this week as we have our budget committee meetings starting. And the budget committee each year is composed of 5 city councilors and also 5 members of the community, and we'll be reviewing and approving the draft fiscal year 2023-24 city budget that will be presented by our finance department. Moving on to another legislative reference, Representative Courtney Neron is hosting a constituent coffee next Saturday, May 11th, and that will be held at the Charbonneau Activity Center. And she will address a number of issues of concern, including proposed tolling on I-205. And you may have read that the governor is postponing any implementation of highway tolling for a 2-year period. And that has come from a lot of input, and Representative Neron, I believe, is the sponsor of that bill, so it'd be good to go find out more from her. The next meeting of the Wilsonville City Council is scheduled for Monday, June 5th, starting at 7 p.m. And I think that Council President Ockervall will be leading that meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. The next item of business on our agenda pertains to a request by the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee of Wilsonville. And this, our committee, which has a number of citizens from across our city, and they've been working very hard all year. We recently approved their cultural calendar, and that calendar has done a number of, featured a number of activities, and I think we'll hear about one of them today, a lecture that Council President Ockervall and I went to. And I think they're in 3rd in their number of lectures this year, 3 out of 5. They have recommended to the City Council that we authorize display of a commemorative rainbow Progress Pride flag at City Hall for the month of June, which is Pride Month. It is, and Pride Month is included in the cultural calendar adopted by the City Council this last January. So in addition to displaying the Pride flag at City Hall, we are going to see, as we did last year, that the Boones Ferry Messenger newsletter masthead will display the traditional Pride symbol for the 2nd year in a row, and the library will have a book display as well. The DEI committee specifically recommended the Progress Pride flag be displayed because it includes representation of the trans community and people of color, thereby being more inclusive. Display of the commemorative Pride flag is intended to show support and acknowledge community members who identify as LGBTQIA+ as a part of the city's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Do I have a motion in support of the DEI committee's commemorative flag request?
I move to authorize the display of commemorative Pride flag at City Hall for the month of June.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second it.
The motion has been moved by Council President Ockervall and seconded by Councilor Dunwell. Is there any discussion?
No, Councilor Dunwell did not second it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The motion was moved by Council President Ockervall, excuse me.
That's okay.
And seconded by Councilor Berry. Do we have any discussion? Yes. Councilor Dunwell.
Mayor, thank you. I do, and as much as I support our LGBTQIA citizens and community as a whole, I believe that there are some unanswered questions within the recommendation, including the cost of the flag and who will absorb it. It has not been outlined within the staff report. Who will pay for that, but also the precedent of what other community, whether they're diversity groups or whether they are marginalized members or groups within our community, do we have a program and do we have a set precedent for who we will and will not represent and support with city funds going forward. I am not against this, but I don't believe that we've got a complete story here, and I would really like to ask a few more questions before we go down the path of the city paying for and flying a flag for any of our DEI or any of our community groups.
Okay, so first of all, I think that's a good question. As far as the one aspect in the staff report that speaks to one of those, it is, just thinking where it is, that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion committee included Pride Month in their culture, and we approved as a council Pride Month as part of the cultural calendar. So I think that is a distinguishing feature there. And as far as the cost, can you speak to
we'll
that?
talk. I think that's a separate issue. I think the bigger concern that I heard expressed earlier was that do we have a process? I mean, the process is that the DEI committee makes a recommendation to council. Mm-hmm. So if you want to have additional policies to float back to the DEI committee on when you would or would not approve such a request, that would probably be good information for the DEI committee to have. Because right now we've just entrusted them to make recommendations to council. I think they understand that you're the final say on whether or not to approve something. So I think the process that's there is sound. I don't think we need to make any adjustments unless you want to give them additional considerations. In terms of the cost, I think it might be a good idea if it's a concern. I mean, these flags are $50, so we can certainly absorb that in the special projects funds. But I think the bigger issue or question is if you say yes to one, you're going to say no to someone else. You got to have, but I think that's why you've entrusted the DEI committee to make that decision. I think you could also have a policy that says we will fly the flag, but you have to provide the flag to the city. That's something that we could certainly put into the policy. It's not a huge cost, but it is a precedent that you'll want to be mindful of, and if you want to provide some direction on that, we'd be happy to.
And I think that does take it to my question of that because the pride flag is easily accessible and easily, you can buy it on Amazon,
right.
My understanding, for $50. If the next group that wants a flag and there's cost $250, are we going to absorb that cost? And do we have a calendar that's preset of which flags we will fly throughout the year?
We do have a cultural calendar and a flag policy that the city attorney put together for council that you did approve.
Right.
So we could include cost and provision of a flag to the city as part of that. We could amend that policy, but you can go ahead and.
Well, the policy in the record, in the packet, does say under the purpose, the city of Wilson, which is the approved policy.
Right.
The city of Wilsonville seeks to codify a flag policy for city-owned property that incorporates federal and state of Oregon flag requirements, along with city-specific requirements. Additionally, the city adopted the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan on July 18th, 2022 via resolution number 2979. The DEI strategic plan includes a strategic action item of visual representation and references flags in that strategic action item. This flag policy establishes a framework for the city to engage in the visual representation through flags. And then it does go on with, how they're managed, how they're displayed, the outdoor and indoor flags, and then in the later sections, I'm looking for this section. About special event banners are the ones that.
I think you're looking for section 5, which is the commemorative flags section.
Section 5.
So
So anyway, yeah, there is a section. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, while you're looking at that, so it sounds like the DEI committee brought this forward. It wasn't like a pride group brought it to.
Well, they are represented on the DEI community.
Right, but you were saying we could go back to the group and ask them to pay for it, but you can't really ask the DEI committee to pay for it.
I'm not suggesting the DEI, I'm suggesting that
If the pride group or somebody wants a flag.
I'm suggesting that if there's a request to fly a flag, that part of the policy could be that they have to pay for the flag and provide it to the city. So by they, I mean, it's amorphous.
Yeah, can I just interject? I apologize. I don't normally like to interject, but the point of the policy was to make it tied to government speech and not a public forum. So a way to make sure that we're ensuring that it stays in government speech is that the government pays for it. So just as a note, and that's also why the only entities or people who can recommend to the council to approve a commemorative flag are the city manager, one of our committees, or a council member. So a group can't do that directly to our council.
And that also means that at that point, the city would also be paying for the flag.
Correct.
Yes.
Amanda, could you please read that section?
Yeah, so
on what you just described.
Yeah, so the commemorative flag section is in section 5. It starts, a commemorative flag is a flag that identifies with a specific historical event, cause, nation, or group of people that the city council chooses to honor or commemorate consistent with the city's mission and priorities. A commemorative flag may include, but is not limited to, a sister city flag, the world flag, flags received for awards for which the city has applied, e.g. the Tree City USA flag, or flags displayed in conjunction with official actions, ceremonies, or proclamations of the city. And then it goes under the general requirements is where it says that the request will, that the council will only consider, this is under 5.1, that the city council will only consider a request to display a commemorative flag if the request is made by one of the following: the city manager, a member of council, or a recommendation from one of the city's committees, boards, or commissions.
So my follow-up question to that then is if the DEI committee is making these recommendations, how does a member of the public access the DEI committee in order to have their group recognized potentially?
All of those meetings are advertised and open to the public.
Okay, very good. That's what I needed to hear.
Okay.
Eddie, go ahead.
I pushed the wrong button. And I'm remembering too that when we put this flag policy together, there was opportunity for public comment when we put that together. It was quite a process. We talked about it in several work sessions. And when the cultural calendar was put together, I believe it was on Let's Talk Wilsonville, am I right? I know it had some public, right? Isn't that ringing a bell? It had public opportunity for people to suggest dates, review dates. We talked about that cultural calendar on more than one meeting. And then the DEI committee really did some work on synthesizing what the cultural calendar would be and sending that recommendation to council. So, and thinking, okay, having read part of that Section 5 right now, that was a great refresher too from our flag policy. I'm remembering that in the past we have had a proclamation for pride for the city of Wilsonville too. So I appreciate that we have a history of, okay, we've had opportunity for community members to discuss and to receive kind of the framework that we are now applying and using. And we've had this proclamation in the past. And so in my perspective, it feels like it is in alignment with the community feedback that we've received. Which I'm so thankful that we've had some of that groundwork, that, you know, that we can be in that position now. And so it feels like this decision would really be a product of the community, right? Not a singular lens of any one person. It's a product of the community, because we've had all of those opportunities for engagement along the way. They've just occurred at different instances than just this meeting, when we have this item before us, so.
Okay, any other comments? So, hearing no other comments or questions, I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So the motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
3-1.
Yeah.
What did I do?
Did you?
Oh, you said aye. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me restate that.
Just a little pokey right now.
Okay.
A lot of thoughts going through my head.
When you said, I thought you were, okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay?
Yeah, she voted aye.
Okay, that's what all right, motion passes, we're 4-0. Okay. All right, thank you. So that brings me to our last item, which is very important as well as all of these items. We come to the renewal of our city attorney's employment agreement. And as we have every year when this is up for renewal, the city council meets in executive session to review the performance of the city attorney. And there was a 360 review, I think we could call it, done by the staff members in the legal department and also by the executive team in the city. And so the council was able to look at all of those, look at the goals that were set at the beginning of the year. And we had, so that was our process. And I think before I go any further with that, I will ask for a motion and then I can ask for discussion, further discussion. So do I have a motion to approve the city attorney employment agreement?
I move to approve the proposed amendment to Ms. Gail Hinman's employment agreement that has been distributed.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, motion has been made by Council President Aukerville, seconded by Councilor Dunwell. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
Well, sure. I think it's all very silent. I've really appreciated the leadership that we've had and the work on behalf of the city over this last year. It's been an eventful year in many ways, and our legal department has taken on some pretty big projects that will shape the outcome of our city. And we have seen our city attorney take that very seriously and really assert what I think we've come to believe is best for our community. So I look forward to seeing that work and that heart continue into the future. I feel very fortunate for the position that we are in.
Thank you.
Can I add on?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd also like to add on to that you've done an amazing job from what I've seen with your leadership on the camping ordinance that we've been working on for the unhoused people. You always are really prepared and articulate, and you answer our questions in a really clear and concise manner, which I really, really appreciate. It's been really a pleasure working with you and watching your work, so thank you.
Oh, Councilor Dunwell?
Yeah, our previous city attorney, from what I understand, even though I wasn't on council, set the bar very high. You raised it. Great job.
Thank you. I really agree with all of these comments, and I'm just thinking back over the year and also on the comments that we received from departments in the city and from your staff on how much they appreciated being able to, the way that you've worked with them and included them and helped them with maybe legal questions that didn't end up as legal problems. That's what we want.
While you were short-staffed.
And it's been a very busy year, and I know we've had some great results, and we're very lucky to have you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all for the really kind words. And you all already know where my heart is with Wilsonville, and it's just been such a pleasure to work with you and for you, and I really look forward to the coming years.
And we appreciate your toughness also, because we have things ahead of us to work on in support of our city. And so, seeing no further comments, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to the councilor comments, liaison reports, and meeting announcements, starting with Council President Akkerval.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I did attend the most recent DEI lecture that the mayor referred to earlier. This lecture was held in Charbonneau, and it was titled "The Mainstreaming of Anti-Semitism in America." It was very well attended. I think every DEI lecture, we're pulling out extra chairs, which is a great thing to have happen, to see that interest in our community in learning and coming together and having that dialogue. And so I think it's very exciting, and I'd like to thank everyone involved in planning this very successful lecture series. Our next event is going to be June 8th at the library this time, and I believe the topic for that one will be systemic racism in Oregon schools. So each night there's a different topic, and it's great to see that come together. Big thank you to the city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I was able to attend part of the workday this last weekend. Was it just last weekend? I think it was 2 weeks ago. And I know that Councilor Dunwell was able to be there as well, so she may share some on the day. One of the takeaways for me was I was able to actually interact with some of our community members that were there assisting and volunteering, and residents, of course, of Wilsonville, but also a number of people that work in Wilsonville that don't necessarily live in Wilsonville, but they are part of our community, and that they are here, during their workday working at some of our employers, and chose to spend that Saturday volunteering in our parks and putting some work in at Memorial Park, which was kind of a special thing to see, and my thanks goes out to everyone involved. Today, I attended the Washington County Coordinating Committee meeting, where Metro representatives provided a report on the Regional High Capacity Transit Strategy update, which I believe we'll be hearing more from, but it was kind of a first look at the draft for that plan. And coming up, we will be having Memorial Day soon, and just wanted to alert to the community also that there will be a ceremony at the Korean War Memorial in Town Center Park at 11 a.m. on Memorial Day. And that's it for me tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Council President Akkerval. You've reminded me of something that I wish I had asked about or I had brought up. If you don't mind, I'll jump in here. Our city manager and maybe our assistant city manager, could you, this could be during city manager report, but I'll give you a heads up. I just wanted to ask if you could talk about the planned date to open the splash pad and fountains?
I can tell you right now, it's June 1st.
June 1st, okay. So people, of course, it would be wonderful to have that open during a really hot day, but it does, and I've had some questions about that, it does take a significant amount of preparation and staffing and planning, and so we're sticking with the June 1st date.
And there's also budgetary impacts because we have to order chemicals and all that has to be laid out well in advance, so. But yes, it would be nice to be able to predict the weather in Oregon and open it a week prior when it's 90 degrees in May.
Thank you.
You can predict the weather in Oregon.
Or anywhere now.
Or anywhere, yes.
So I will now move to Councilor Berry.
Thank you. So while the mayor and the city council president were attending the DEI committee, I attended this C4 Metro meeting, and the main topic was economic development priorities. A lot of the discussion pertained around housing and transportation. I think those topics come up a lot. We did have a guest speaker, State Representative Janelle Bynum, and she was talking about how important it is when you're planning to have a vision, and I thought that made a lot of sense. So it was a really good meeting. There was a lot of discussion. It made me feel confident that Wilsonville is doing a really good job planning and, visualizing their future and how we're planning industrial improvements up in the northwest corner by Coffee Creek, RSIA, and the Basalt Creek industrial areas. We brought up the topic about childcare provided consortium discussions, and that's an issue that we'd like to really see resolved. So it was a great opportunity. Thank you. And then last weekend was the city and the Republic Services. They hold twice a year a no-charge bulky waste collection event, and this is always a really popular event for our community. We had 386 vehicles drop off recycling and disposal of a total of 46.4 tons of material, which is equal to 93,000 pounds of large bulky waste materials that were correctly disposed of, and this is a typical amount for what Wilsonville does at this twice yearly event. So there you go.
Great.
That's my report.
A lot of stuff to get rid of. Councilor Dunwell.
Thank you. I attended the workday, which was, I'm a fangirl of Parks and Rec. I am. I totally fangirl them. And so I got to actually hold a shovel and do some of that stuff. But actually, it was such a family-friendly event, and it started with a Rotary breakfast. All of the members of Rotary, and I saw you, Zoe. Gina, that's who I saw. I thought I saw you too. Nope, it was Gina. I said, hi, Gina. So I saw Gina there. She had an apron on, and I had pancakes and an omelet, and the food was amazing. The Rotary are so phenomenal in this city, and what great citizen representation. And but I have to tell you that I met this exchange student at Wilsonville High School, and she's from Jalapa, Mexico, where I spent 3 weeks several years ago in a Spanish immersion program. She's like, well, you won't know where I'm from. I said, try me. And she said, I'm Jalapa. And I'm like, oh, let's talk. So we spent 45 minutes talking. She was amazing. What a great representative of a student exchange program. And I'll actually keep in touch with her. And then also tied to Wilsonville High, I was really honored to actually be able to be one of the individuals who was asked to judge the booster scholarships. So they were all blinded, so I don't know who I was judging on the matrix, but I had an inside view into some of the academic and personal excellence and stories of some of our top seniors. So it was so exciting. So that was a great part of my weekend. But I do want to say one more thing too, though. Tonight's really been kind of awesome night for me in a very touching way, because we have the timing of the second reading of the camping ordinance. We had that wonderful presentation by NAMI. And then our recent visit to the Rain Garden Apartments. And the impact of the interrelationship of those elements have had such a significant impact on me as a person, as a citizen of Wilsonville, and also as an elected official. We carry a very heavy responsibility here in what we're doing, because once you're starting to really become aware of the homeless population in our city, even though it's quite small, you start to realize they're somebody's brother, sister, daughter, son, and they're there for a lot of reasons. And we know that some of them are there for lack of life skills, some are there for mental illness, some are there just because of really unfortunate circumstances. And we have this amazing partnership that will be happening with Clackamas County, which I think is just such an opportunity for us to make a difference. And yet I also take very seriously our responsibility to the citizens of the community to keep them safe. And so I think all of us on council, and I know every member of the task force has also taken this all very seriously. So tonight, I feel like tonight is a really special night because we're stepping out and we're making some really big, important decisions that will impact lives. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Dunwell. Very well said. So that brings us to our consent agenda. Will the city attorney please read the consent agenda?
Resolution number 3047, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the FY 2023-24 5-year action plan and annual 1-year implementation plan for the Wilsonville Tourism Development Strategy. Resolution number 3057, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement contract with FFA Architecture and Interiors for the Community Service Block Master Plan, Capital Improvement Project 8158. Resolution number 3067, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing acquisition of the third group of property and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor project, and minutes of the April 17, 2023 City Council meeting.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as read.
I'll second.
The motion's been moved by Councillor Berry and seconded by Council President Aukerball. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to new business, and when you are ready, would our city attorney please read the resolution?
Resolution number 3058, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting administrative rules related to regulation of camping for survival on public property. So it's saying that I cannot start the video because the host has stopped it. No worries. Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. Amanda Guile-Hinman, City Attorney, and we're here tonight to discuss one additional and soon-to-be final element of the Prohibited Camping Code Update Project, Resolution number 3058, regarding the administrative rules to go along with Ordinance 879, regulating camping on public property. So for the agenda tonight, we're going to do a bit of a background again about how this project came to be, do a quick overview of what the city project entails. We're going to touch on ordinance number 879, even though that's at a different point in the meeting tonight, because it is the foundational document that relates to resolution number 3058. We'll talk about resolution number 3058 and then the implementation steps moving forward. So by way of background, the way that this city project to update our code regarding camping on public property, how it first commenced was with a Ninth Circuit federal court decision called Martin v. Boise out of the city of Boise. In that case, what happened was the city of Boise did not have enough shelter beds to house its unhoused population, but was still enforcing people camping on public property. A group of unhoused individuals filed a federal lawsuit claiming that it was a violation of their Eighth Amendment right against cruel and unusual punishment to punish them for being homeless because there was nowhere for them to go. The Ninth Circuit agreed and said that you can't punish somebody because of their status as a homeless person, but you can't, that doesn't mean a free-for-all. What it means is you can have some time, place, manner regulations, so the when, where, and how people can camp on public property, but you can't outright ban it if you don't have enough shelter beds in your community. So from that decision came the Blake versus Grants Pass decision. So what Grants Pass did in Oregon was after Martin v. Boise, what they did in their camping ordinances is they just took out the word sleeping. So you could sleep, but you couldn't do anything else. You couldn't have any camping materials with you or engage in any other activities that aided sleeping on public property. So a group of unhoused individuals again sued, claiming that that was a violation of their Eighth Amendment right, and the federal district court agreed, saying that people should be able to take minimal measures to stay warm and dry at night while they're sleeping. That decision was appealed to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, so the same court that decided the Martin v. Boise decision, and it, in essence, upheld that decision, affirming what the federal district court ruled. While all of that case law was going on, the state of Oregon in 2021 passed House Bill 3115 and 3124. House Bill 3124 is relevant to our discussion because it talks about how we provide notice and site cleanup when we do campsite cleanups, but generally that was a refinement of already existing statutes. The main change that it made was it increased the notice period from 24 hours to 72 hours and put additional parameters on storage of personal property that's collected. But the big change was House Bill 3115. What House Bill 3115 did is it essentially codified that Martin v. Boise decision into state law. So now, even if the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals or the U.S. Supreme Court, overturns those prior decisions, it really doesn't matter for Oregon because we now have House Bill 3115 requiring us to not outright ban camping on public property if you don't have enough shelter beds. But similarly, what House Bill 3115 did is it does allow time, place, and manner regulations to be put in place. So again, the when, where, and how people can camp on public property in a community. What House Bill 3115 also did, and what led to this city project, is it said that for cities or local governments that don't update their codes by July 1, 2023, individuals can sue those local governments for having out of compliance local code, regardless of whether they're enforcing or not. So that really was the impetus for the city to look at our code because frankly, we do have an outright ban on camping and we don't have enough shelter beds. So we would be out of compliance with state statute if we didn't do this project. So an overview of the city project, we formed an interdepartmental team made up of members from law enforcement, code enforcement, the library, public works, Parks and Recreation, our administration, and obviously from legal to go over to help sort of frame out what are the key things that we need to be looking at for these time, place, and manner regulations. From the outset, there's things that we can and cannot do. So as I've indicated, we can't outright ban camping. We don't have enough shelter beds in Wilsonville or in Clackamas County for that matter to house everybody who's experiencing homelessness right now. We are only regulating camping on public property, meaning camping on city-owned property and city streets. So this does not have anything to do with people on private property or on other government property that's maybe not City of Wilsonville property. We can have time, place, and manner regulations, so the when, where, and how, but they have to be objectively reasonable. And those words are in quotes because there's not really a great understanding or definition or parameters around what's considered objectively reasonable. It's really looking at the totality of the circumstances. So with that framework, we did some outreach, and we were on a somewhat constricted time frame given the July 1 implementation deadline, but we did do a community questionnaire through Let's Talk Wilsonville that had the largest response of any Let's Talk Wilsonville questionnaire or survey that's been put out to the community. We've done stakeholder interviews with nonprofit service providers, with our county counterparts, with the school district, with TVFNR, and also we did a survey, an anonymous survey with individuals experiencing homelessness in the city. We also did other outreach to our boards and commissions, so the DEI committee, the library board, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and did other outreach to other community groups and organizations that often have contact with individuals experiencing homelessness. So I just want to really go over very quickly some of the prior policy discussions that influence not only the ordinance but also the administrative rules that are coming before the council tonight. We held 7 work sessions, and we considered the where and where not camping can occur, and where the council really landed on was it's more efficient and better to get your hands around the individuals who need services when we designate an area for them to go, rather than simply saying where they can't go. So as is indicated in both the ordinance and in the administrative rules, we've identified specific sites for people where they can camp, rather than just saying where they can't camp, and it's kind of a free-for-all otherwise. We also reviewed the time frame, so we looked at a 24-hour period, a 12-hour period, or a specific time period, and council settled on the 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. time period for when camping would be allowed. And then also the how of regulating specific elements of no open flames, making sure that we're addressing sanitation, storage, leashing animals, and the absence of drugs and alcohol on site. And in particular, I want to focus on the sanitation because I do want to remind the council that outside of siting of the campsites, sanitation was by far the largest concern people had about the implementation of our camping regulations. And again, this isn't, what we're specifically discussing right now isn't about ordinance number 879, but it is the foundational document for the administrative rules that you're considering. It lays out the time, place, and these time, place, and manner regulations that we've discussed. It also goes over the required statutory notice, so that 72-hour notice, and the cleanup regulations that are also required by statute. So we're required to retain any materials that have utility or value for a minimum of 30 days. They have to be held within the city of Wilsonville, and we have to provide information about where people can go to collect those items if they... Oh, okay. Sure. Technical difficulty. Do you know when we lost it?
I looked down, you were...
One slide back?
Yeah.
Okay. Thankfully, this is background information.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, you have entered the meeting as a panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
Good to go? Okay. Time in. Unpause. Okay. So, Zoe, would it be helpful for me to go back a slide? Okay. So I'll go back to the prior policy discussions very quickly. So we had 7 work sessions, and looking at the when, where, and how, so the time, place, and manner regulations, City Council looked at designating specific sites versus saying just where, instead of just saying where people can't go, as a way to make sure that not only can we properly can we hopefully get in contact with individuals and get them connected to services, but to the extent we do need to engage in enforcement, that it's very clear where people can and cannot camp. The when, we looked at a 24-hour period, a 12-hour period, and a specific time period. Again, from an education and enforcement standpoint, the specific time period was the most efficient to administer, so council looked at a 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. time period. And then the how was, has decided on several regulations on the manner of camping, but specifically some of the highlights are no open flames, a focus on sanitation, preventing accumulation of materials, so that storage element, making sure animals are leashed, and that there is a prohibition against smoking, alcohol, or drugs on site. And again, just to reiterate, I wanted to highlight that sanitation was was one of the highest priority issues that the community identified in the community outreach. So as we get into the administrative rules, and particularly the map that's identified, I'm going to touch a little bit on sanitation in that map when we get to that point. So the foundational document that leads into these administrative rules is ordinance number 879. So that lays the framework for these time, place, and manner regulations that that are further refined in the administrative rules. It also includes the required notice and cleanup regulations that are straight from the statute. So that's particularly in House Bill 3124. So that's 72-hour notice. And then the cleanup requirements of retaining any materials that have any type of utility or value, making sure that they're identified, inventoried, and then that we give individuals information about where they can then go collect their materials, and that has to be within the city limits. Also, what ordinance number 879 did was the council adopted findings for every one of the regulations that's contained therein, and that's because of that objectively reasonable requirement in House Bill 3115, that we have findings and a factual basis, an evidentiary basis for the regulations that are being adopted. And then finally, as council's indicated tonight already, that the camping regulations in this update are a very small component to a much larger issue, and it's not the solution. And what these value statements were council reflecting back on what the purpose and goal of the overarching issue to resolve housing and homelessness is all about. So that's what those value statements are really directed towards, that this isn't the end of the work, that those value statements really reflect the vision of where council wants to go regarding housing and homelessness in our community. So resolution number 3058 that council's considering tonight, the first thing that it does, and probably the key discussion that council's had, is where camping will be allowed at night. And we'll get into the aerial map in just a minute, but council's identified for vehicle camping to occur in the City Hall parking lot on the western end, and for non-vehicle camping to occur on the property just to the north of City Hall on that vacant land next to us. It also goes over outreach and education, not only for individuals experiencing homelessness, but also for our employees and our community members. It gives more detail about the cleanup procedures that we're requiring, and then finally enforcement and making sure that we are pursuing a compliance, we're seeking compliance before we go to a citation type of enforcement effort. So the designated area, as I said, the City Hall parking lot and the property to the north, again, this is only between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m., so it's not all the time, all day. It's also subject to those manner regulations that I briefly touched upon. And then I want to discuss some of the implementation measures that we're already taking, even though this isn't necessarily tied, it isn't reflected in the administrative rules. These are, administrative steps that the staff are taking. First is the screening. You may have noticed as you were driving in, we've got the plantings there, and we're already tilling to plant those materials that were shown at the last council meeting to help provide screening for our residents to the east. So they've got that some visual buffer from the camping area. You may have also seen that there's stakes out there because we've had the survey done of the property to lay out the fencing, and we've got a fencing contract underway so that we can get the fencing established before July 1st. And we've also already started the mock-ups of the signage that we'll be putting on that property to show where people can and cannot camp on both that property and then in the City Hall parking lot. And then finally on sanitation, that is a huge community concern, and it's not only a community concern, it's a concern of individuals experiencing homelessness. That was one of the feedback items we got from both surveys, were that both want to make sure that sanitation is covered. And so really what that means for us is we need to provide a place for people to go use the restroom, and that we also need to make sure that we have trash containers. So with that, what we've done, and this will look a little different when we implement, and I'll tell you how. But so you can see that on this aerial map to the west, there are 9 designated vehicle campsites that we've identified, and that red box is where we have identified to put sanitation. So probably a porta potty and a trash bin. There will be some visual screening of that porta potty as well. And the reason we put it there was to be mindful of access, ease of access, but also that we have stormwater facilities throughout our parking lot. So we wanted to make sure that we were being mindful of not putting anything too close, and so that if something happens, that it's not getting into our stormwater without any type of filtration. And then over to the north, you'll see that there's an identified rectangle area in orange, not the hash area, but the area in orange as kind of the initial area for identifying for non-vehicle camping. Based on the spacing that's identified in the administrative rules, it would account for 8 non-vehicle campsites. The reason that we wanted to keep it around 8 was all anecdotal information that we have regarding our unhoused population is that there are more people living in their vehicles than people who are not camping, not in tents or on the ground. And so it made sense that there should be more vehicle campsites than non-vehicle campsites. That red box, the pink box and then the red box within it, the pink box is what we've identified as our service access. So there's that driveway, and for EMS response and also for serving the sanitation area, we wanted to have a specific area identified where camping cannot occur, so those individuals can get their vehicles into the area if needed. The red box again identifies another sanitation area. As the council discussed, if we only had one sanitation area all the way to the west, it was probably not likely going to be used by anyone who was engaging in non-vehicle camping. So to head that off, we're going to go ahead and put some sanitation there. What this map doesn't show but is going to be inputted is we have enough vegetative screening to bring that line, that north-south line, along the frontage of Courtside Drive. So there will be some vegetative screening of that sanitation area as well. So that way people from the street won't necessarily see it. It'll provide some additional visual barrier. So this also does allow for additional expansion if so required, but that's not the plan now. The plan is, to the extent that we encounter individuals experiencing homelessness, that we try to get them connected to services and get them housing through Clackamas County. So on the outreach and education, that's also discussed in the administrative rules. Again, we're aiming to provide educational materials and resources for persons experiencing homelessness. Council may recall that I showed a trifold and I'm going to blank on the word, a business card, there we go, a business card of phone numbers that we can hand out to individuals so they have that information of where they can and cannot camp, and then resources, phone numbers that they can call. We also will have materials that we're developing for employees and community members to similarly say, here's what the regulations are, so you're informed, and here's also phone numbers you can call. If you see a person experiencing homelessness, we had a great discussion already with NAMI about the 988. That would be a phone number that we would be including on there about if you see somebody experiencing a mental health crisis, here's a number you can call. So we'll have that information. As I mentioned, we already are mocking up signs for the designated areas to identify where people are allowed to and not allowed to camp. We'll be updating our website upon, once the council has made its final decision, we'll update our project website to identify what the regulations are. So now community members, when they will go to that website, it'll be front and center what the adopted regulations are. And then finally, continued county coordination, also with our nonprofit service providers in the community, fostering those relationships and making sure that we're getting people connected to the services that are available through Clackamas County. And then I want to touch on campsite cleanup. So again, like I indicated, our first effort always is to seek compliance, is to tell people what the regulations are, what they can and cannot do, and get them to comply with those regulations. That's not the only effort we'll make, but that's all. The goal is always that's the initial effort. And then the campsite cleanup also tries to distinguish between abandoned vehicles, which have different regulations under the state statutes and under our code, than vehicles that are being used as a shelter or camping for survival. And then finally, the storage requirements that are outlined in the Oregon statutes. Again, further refining where we're going to be providing storage and what materials we'll be storing. So again, on enforcement, I'll restate it again. We're trying to seek compliance here. That's the goal. And also noting that that what the ultimate goal is to get people connected to services is that if a citation is issued, we have the allowance that the citation can be dismissed if that person does make that connection to services. So if they get into the CHOP, the Coordinated Housing Access Program through Clackamas County, that's a method for them to get their citation dismissed if they are cited. So hopefully then we are getting to net zero homelessness. So next steps is, assuming council adoption tonight, we're working on preparing the designated areas and developing procedures for employees and training for employees as well on, what we can expect when we start implementation. In June, as we've discussed previously with the council, we'll be bringing a more refined and nuanced exclusion policy to council with regard to people in our public facilities, so in places like our library, our community center, and our parks. July 1 is when the new regulations will go into effect to make sure that we're compliant with House Bill 3115. And then ongoing, we will be establishing a team that will be a city team that will be connecting regularly to make sure that they're having touch points to discuss what they're seeing on the ground, what's actually going on, and so that way if adjustments need to be made, we can get on those issues early and often. And then of course the county coordination is going to be key throughout this process. And then finally, I know I'm the one that's up here quite often talking about this, but this is not a project done by one person by any means. And so there is an acknowledgements page in the staff report, but I also just really want to highlight not only the interdepartmental team that met to talk about the code, but in particular, our employees Matt Baker, Chris Delk, Bill Evans, Dustin Schul, Andy Sheehan, Dan Stark, Jamie Taylor, and Brandon Dole of Scott Edwards Architecture. They have been so critical and key in providing the expertise and just discussing the issues that council brings up, and so we can have a thoughtful discussion and make sure that we're providing the best recommendations to council possible. It really could not be done without their expertise. So I really just want to acknowledge them and thank them for all of their dedication and hard work throughout this process. So I've thrown a lot of information in this presentation, and we've had many work sessions to discuss this, but I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Does any council member have a clarifying question at this point?
I have a question. So on the outreach is to the people that are located at the designated locations?
Not just...
Or like, I mean, because at our last meeting, I think Councilor Dunwell asked a question, like if we have somebody that looks like they're unhoused, like at a shopping center property, that I think the answer was, well, that's a private property issue. So can you you just clarify the outreach just a little bit more?
Right. Yeah, our goal is if we are identifying anyone who appears to be experiencing homelessness, that we're making a connection with services, regardless of where they are. What it means for when they're on private property is there's no enforcement. There's no enforcement of our camping code if they're on private property, because our camping code doesn't apply.
It would have to be the private property owner contacting the city.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But we want to make sure anybody, whether they're in our designated area, in an undesignated area, whatever the case may be, what we've heard from the county is early, often contact is the way that people will ultimately connect to services. So that's our goal.
Mostly those contacts would be made by code enforcement or the police department, those who tend to get those calls. So they would have that information that she referred to earlier for resources and stuff like that.
And we are in communication as the mayor and Councilor Dunwell know, is that we are in contact with Heart of the City and Wilsonville Community Sharing and the county, working to bridge a connection there about the Coordinated Housing Access Program and potentially getting either one of their staff members certified or getting a contracted person designated in Wilsonville certified as a certified intake person. So that's separate from camping, but we are working to make that bridge.
Follow-up question. So if we had a certified intake person, would our unhoused person still have to travel all the way to Oregon City to Clackamas County building to get the services? Or would there be some kind of way to do an intake somewhere here in Wilsonville?
Yeah, that's exactly that's exactly what the goal is that when you have a certified person to do it, they do the intake where that person is, where the unhoused person is at. So so right now, if it's just me, if I see somebody, there's a phone number that I can call, or there's an online form that person can fill out. Well, those are barriers, right? So the way to reduce those barriers is to have a certified individual who knows what the intake form is and has access to the system and fills all that information just talking with the unhoused person. So that's what that certified person can do. And yes, so the whole point is if we have somebody who is responsible for the Wilsonville area, that they could be out in the community all the time making those connections. Like, for example, when Wilsonville Community Sharing has its food pantry on Tuesdays, being able to be there and talk to people about the types of services that they have access to.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Any other clarifying questions? We will have discussion after a motion. Okay. So with that, thank you for that detailed staff report. May I have a motion for resolution number 3058?
Okay. I move to approve resolution number 3058.
I second.
The motion, resolution number 3058 has been a motion moved to approve by Council President Aukervall and seconded by Councilor Berry. I'd like to ask for any discussion from the council. Council President Aukervall.
Sure. I appreciate that we did get some background information on the meeting this evening. We have talked about this many times, but this has been a big topic for our community. And as seen by the response to the Let's Talk Wilsonville survey, I think there's a lot of people that are listening to this conversation and that are new coming to the conversation. And so having that background every time that we're discussing it, I think it's a good thing because we want to spread correct information and factual information for our community members to better understand the work that we're doing. I appreciated when you gave that background that you said this is not the end to the work and placed it in some larger context with the values statement. I guess I just want to fill that out a bit and remind that this is not the beginning either. You know, under this larger umbrella that is referenced in our values statement, it includes things like Wilsonville's equitable housing, strategic equitable housing plan that was passed a number of years ago, right? And that plan, we're looking at how can Wilsonville housing respond to the needs of our community? How can people stay in a home that suits their needs? We have worked for many years in developing economic opportunities in Wilsonville, including thoughtful planning for and development of employment lands. This flows into this conversation, right? Fostering business growth, that's connected. Our smart services, getting people to and getting them access to employment areas, how important that is, getting them to city services, getting them around our city, that's an important facet of this. Our work that we do and have done for many years in our parks, our city parks and recreation, in our libraries for individual learning, for ongoing learning, enrichment, how we partner with our educational partners, our school district, that's connected. The support that we have provided for many years with Wilsonville Community Sharing, the future that we see with that partnership, the support that we have had for affordable rental units in the city of Wilsonville, and many other entities that provide assistance, the building of those relationships that we're looking at strengthening now with different community organizations, relationships between our community members and police. That all flows into this. So this work is so multifaceted, and I just want to emphasize that we are talking about a very specific time, place, and manner, right, that we are required, that we need to address, but we are not taking this just as an administrative task, and we're not limiting our vision or our scope of what is needed and how we will interact and support and continue to drive towards our vision that Wilsonville is a clean, green, and safe community for all. I don't see us departing from that vision. That is still, you know, primary and the heart of Wilsonville.
Thank you. Counselor, any other? Okay. Well, thank you, Council President. Oh, you've got one?
Yeah. So it was a long process. I mean, 7 meetings and a lot of information, a lot of staff time. And I really, really appreciate it. And as a urban planner background, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into the mapping of the site, that we did look at the entire city. We tried to be really strategic and thoughtful to avoid near residential or school areas or important areas that have our natural resources. I think that we found good sites to begin with. Hopefully it will be minimal, you know, and that we don't have a growing unhoused problem, but we'll deal with it as time, you know, it's a dynamic problem. Hopefully it could resolve, it could get bigger, we don't know. I really like that it's also close to where our community sharing resources are. I just think that it was a very thoughtful and strategic process, and I'm pretty proud to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Berry. And so I know we've been here a long time, but I wanted to give a little more visibility to the values statement, and that really is what you've heard from all the other counselors. And before I kind of highlight a couple of those, City Attorney Kyle Hinman, where will these be made available to the public so they can easily find the values statement?
Yeah, so they are available currently on our project page, but I'm happy to also make them front and center on the landing page of that project
That would
page.
be great. You know, social media is such a painful part of our lives, and it's going to be with us for a long time, and sometimes there are some really unfortunate statements made there. And I think these values reflect the way we have heard from people and what having a clean, green, and safe community with opportunities for all really means. And I wanted to just mention a couple of conversations I've had with business owners. Last week, I met with a business owner here at City Hall who wanted to meet, and we were talking about a couple of different things, but he brought up that he has some employees that are at that lower wage, probably quite a few, because that's the industry that he's in. And at least he happens to have room to house 3 of them. And if he were not able to do that, they would not be able to get to work. And that was really a good conversation, because through all of this work, we have had these deep conversations with Clackamas County, which is funded by our tax, by people in Wilsonville. People in Clackamas County have provided resources, and so I'm taking that as a really good opportunity to connect with our colleagues at Clackamas County about the rapid rehousing, because the gentleman that I was talking to was pointing out that he said, I hope we don't forget about people who are not yet homeless, who might become homeless. And these particular people that he was referring to would have a very hard time, as so many other people would, coming up with $3,000 cash for first and last month's rent and a deposit. So I think we need to remember that if we think about all the people that we know and where we've been in our lives, how many times do people have $3,000 cash sitting around, especially when they're at a minimum wage or even a bit above that. And so thankfully, our community has been responsive, and there are resources to help people get to a place where they can earn a larger wage. I also met with a business owner, with our Matt Lorenzen, our economic development manager, several months ago, and that business owner told us that he has had employees who come to work in their car and they sleep in their car outside of work overnight and then go to work. And so that's because they probably don't have the $3,000 and various other things that happen to people. So I think being, continuing to learn what happens, how teens become homeless, and how we can help people get on the exit ramp of that onto a better life is what we have in our values statement. And just some of the things that really speak to me in the values statement, there are 9 of them, but just to be brief, we reaffirmed our efforts and adopted policies to continue building a thriving, vibrant community that provides a variety of employment, to promote a robust workforce and housing opportunities across income levels. Providing housing opportunities across income levels these days is way more difficult than it sounds. All community members are entitled to be valued and treated with dignity regardless of their housing status. The city values community and individual well-being and will coordinate with state, regional, county, and local service providers to promote measures and services that are designed to increase community and individual well-being. Again, our region, our state, our nation is in a terrible problem right now, and so all of these things we're reading are brought to bear to help remedy the situation, and it's not going to be fixed overnight. Number 4, the city's role is to formulate policy and rules to best protect community safety, health, welfare, livability, and the environment. Number 5, Recognizing limited city resources, the city will utilize all existing and potential sources of funding made available from federal, state, regional, county, or other local funds specifically designated for addressing homelessness. Number 6, it again restates that we will coordinate with all of these entities, especially Clackamas County housing initiatives. As a city, we rely on our county to provide health and human services. These services include homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, which is a particular program of Clackamas County, coordinated housing access, which is access through the certified individual that we heard about from our city attorney, and a program called Built for Zero that Clackamas County is using, and that we have made it very clear that we want the city of Wilsonville to be a very active part of that program, which is aimed at getting people into stable housing and more productive, healthy lives. And finally, just 2 other statements I will say is that we stated number 7 and 8 in our values, that our obligation and role is to regulate camping as survival sheltering in places not generally intended for living or habitation. The city believes that camping for survival sheltering outside is not a solution for individuals experiencing homelessness. So we have never tried this before, and we're going to continue working on it and hope it all works. So with that, I will call for the vote for Resolution 3058. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to Resolution 3069, if the city attorney would please read it.
Resolution number 3069, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville repealing Resolution number 3055 and authorizing the city manager to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Wilsonville and the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon for the adjustment of Tri-Met district boundaries.
Do we have a staff report on that?
We sure do.
Sorry, folks. It's a big topic, so thank you. We're going to completely switch gears now and talk about transportation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, again, Amanda Geil-Hinman, City Attorney. I'm here to discuss Resolution number 3069, which is really focusing on our negotiations with TriMet regarding the boundaries, the TriMet Service District boundary and the Wilsonville Smart Service District boundary. So as an agenda for tonight, I'm going to go over the background that leads to Resolution number 3069, the ongoing negotiations with TriMet, the proposed intergovernmental agreement, and the draft memorandum of understanding that are in accompanying the staff report, and then next steps. So by way of background, the prior council goals from 2021 through 2023 have a strategy 1.2, which is about seeking a legislative remedy to adjust the smart district boundary. So staff undertook that and introduced House Bill 2666 in the 2021 or 2023 legislative session. The reason that this was a strategy and ultimately a bill was introduced was because we could not get TriMet to the table to discuss the service boundary, the service district boundary, and adjust it so that Wilsonville city limits and the future Wilsonville city limits were part of smart service district boundary. So when that introduction occurred, TriMet decided that we needed to meet. And so we had a meeting with TriMet in January of 2023 to discuss House Bill 2666 and also the this issue of the service district boundary. When we had those meetings, TriMet had discussed that there was a 2-step process we had to go through, that there are current 3 properties within the current city limits that are in TriMet service district and not in Wilsonville's. The biggest one being the prison. And basically, the statutes don't have a process for Wilsonville to petition to remove those properties from the TriMet boundary. So TriMet says the first step is TriMet will take an action on its own accord to withdraw those properties for a payment. The second step is that Wilsonville can go to TriMet in 2026 and petition to remove the properties that are within the Wilsonville urban growth boundary that are part of TriMet Service District. So it was this two-step process we discussed, and that's how the parties left the table. When the negotiations led to an actual document being drafted or documents being drafted, one being the intergovernmental agreement for step one, where TriMet would just withdraw the areas, and then the memorandum of understanding for the step two, which is the petition in 2026, they were not reflective of the discussions as Wilsonville staff, the Wilsonville team understood it from January, which led to us coming to council with resolution number 3055, which did reflect what we understood to be the steps and the negotiation as was discussed at that January meeting. There's, I think, 4 pages of whereas clauses in that resolution that lay out how we came to that conclusion that this is what needed to happen. So that resolution essentially said, council's authorizing for these 2 agreements the way they're currently drafted to be signed, and that's it. So if TriMet comes back with another version, council has not agreed to that. It's only agreed to these 2 versions. TriMet then, so that's what led to that point. Let's get on to the next slide. So after that action, TriMet, with some prompting from our legislators, Representative Neron and Senator Woods, TriMet and Wilsonville came back to the table to further discuss if there's any way to get past this impasse. And so we met in April, again, with Representative Neron and then a staff person from Senator Woods' office to figure out if we could find a path forward. And so what we've discussed again is getting back to this 2-step process, the intergovernmental agreement for the 3 properties and a memorandum of understanding about what the future will be for the urban growth boundary. Why we're here tonight is TriMet's board is planning potentially, if we can come to an agreement, to take action at its next meeting in May, which is next week, to remove those 3 properties. So if we can come to an agreement, they will take that action. If we can't, they're not. So that's why we're here today, because if we can come to an agreement, we need council's authorization to do that tonight. What TriMet is now proposing is the intergovernmental agreement, and I'll say, if we're going to move forward, the staff of both sides are fine with the intergovernmental agreement as it's in the council packet right now. Where the issue still kind of lies is in the memorandum of understanding that has to accompany the intergovernmental agreement for us to sign it. It has to be a part of it. It's in the intergovernmental agreement that it's a component of it. What TriMet is proposing now is 2 options in the memorandum of understanding. How it's evolved is there are now 2 options to handle the properties in the urban growth boundary. The first is by a TriMet board action, just like it's doing with the properties within the Wilsonville city limits. The issue there is they want a payment for that. Again, the second option is the one that was discussed previously, which is the petition to withdraw in 2026. So that's where we're landing right now. So like I said, the intergovernmental agreement will remove those 3 properties within the current city limits, and the city would pay approximately $2.7 million in exchange for that. And then the memorandum of understanding would have these 2 options as I've laid out. Either a board action with a payment for the urban growth boundary properties, or an option to petition to withdraw in 2026. So here's where we're landing on this. We're meeting tomorrow actually with TriMet and with the legislators to further discuss the negotiations. And this is in the staff report, so it's public information, that what Wilsonville has come to the table to say is we need to feel confident that whatever happens in the future happens. Mm-hmm. And so we have already told TriMet, we told them at the last meeting in April, and we've reiterated it in the email exchanges leading up to tomorrow's meeting, is that we need TriMet to have skin in the game for what happens for the urban growth boundary properties, that actually occurs. So if we do the petition, that there's some consequence if that process falls apart, because we've been going at this for over a decade now. So we're not sure at this point. I mean, to be frank, we're not sure if we're going to be able to come to an agreement on the terms of the memorandum of understanding. And the way that this resolution is written is it basically says council is giving the city manager the authorization to sign the intergovernmental agreement if we can come to agreement on the memorandum of understanding based on our recommendation that there's this, as I call it, the skin in the game, that staff feel comfortable that there's an agreement by TriMet that something is going to happen that we can then recommend to council as a good plan forward. So if we can't come to an agreement, it means there's not going to be a board action for the 3 properties that are within the city limits. That doesn't mean that we can't resolve the boundary issue at some point in time. It may mean that an agreement happens later. It may mean that we need to come back to the legislature again to say, outside of a legislative remedy, this isn't going to get resolved because of all these actions that we've taken up to this point, trying to get in good faith to a solution that works for us. But we have to be mindful that we have to do what's in the best interest of our community, not necessarily what's in the best interest of TriMet. That's not our role. So I don't know, Brian, if you have anything that you want to add on the negotiations?
The only other option is to do nothing and wait until 2026 and just take our chances. But I think it still leaves a dilemma with the 3 properties that are in the city because, like she said, there's nothing in statute. We would require legislation to deal with that. So I don't think there's anything else to add. We're meeting tomorrow to have this discussion. Rep. Neron, I believe, will be there.
I will be there.
You said you had a conflict. You'll be there for the first part.
I'm going to be there for the whole thing now.
Okay, so the mayor will be there as well. We'll continue to have this dialogue and see where it leads. But, I think without the MOU, the IGA is not something we should move forward with.
So, and I want to be clear, and I think council appreciates and understands this, is that the staff are skeptical and coming at this with every intention of making sure that if we don't believe that the city needs are met, we're not going to move forward with having the city manager sign the intergovernmental agreement.
And
so
one of the big kind of negotiating points will be the span of time in terms of what they're looking to be compensated for the properties in the UGB. We have no way to verify. We sent some shape files and said, tell us how much payroll tax you're, short of us calling every business out there and saying, can we, and they're not going to do that. Most businesses aren't going to give out proprietary stuff like that. We assume that the data is accurate. We did give them accurate shape files. The question is,
meaning the boundary.
The boundary for the urban growth boundary parcels. We know what the 3 city parcels are. Okay. So the question is it a 10-year time frame like it was with the city properties, or is it the 30-year time frame that they're asking, which doesn't seem reasonable to me. Right. So that's where the negotiation will be. Is how many years are we talking to, quote unquote, make them whole for taking revenue for not providing service to either of these areas? That's the question.
This is a time for discussion. So questions, comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So what's the significance of, maybe I missed it, of 2026?
So in the statute, you can bring a petition to withdraw once every 5 years, and it runs on a year ending in 1 and a year ending in 6. So basically, we can't come back to them for a petition withdraw until 2026. And I should clarify too, when I say we, it's not Wilsonville. While we will coordinate the effort, it has to be by property owners in the affected area. So that was one of those nuances that was not disclosed to us at that January meeting that we later found out about. So
have we contacted those property owners and they're on board with Wilsonville?
That still needs to be done, but I think we feel pretty confident, given what smart service is and how much less of a payroll tax they have to pay, that it's going to be very enticing.
It's just a simple appeal to their bottom line. I mean, no business wants to pay more than they have to in taxes, so.
And the unfortunate, not only would, if they were in the smart service, as our city boundary has grown, basically, TriMet retained jurisdiction over these areas. And for those businesses that are in that area of jurisdiction under TriMet, they are paying a payroll tax. I believe it's 0.8% per.
Yeah, it's 0.8 something percent right now, but yes.
And the rate, and that is bringing them nothing. That is bringing them no buses. Except we are providing, in some cases, smart transit, such as to the Coffee Creek Correctional Institute, although we are not receiving any payroll tax for that. And so to summarize, there are 3 properties that we've agreed on a plan for those, and we also want TriMet to vacate jurisdiction over the Basalt Creek areas that have very little industrial development and no transit service. As the city invests money in infrastructure and recruiting businesses, it does not seem appropriate in any sense of the imagination, any stretch I could ever come up with, why we would invest in these areas and then those businesses in those areas would be, unless we can remedy this, they would be paying a 60% higher payroll tax than their neighbors who are in the SMART district, but they will not be receiving the transit. So that's what we're talking about tomorrow. The last meeting that we had with the CEO of TriMet, Mr. Sam DeSue Jr., he was very, very nice. He was very complimentary of how we all agreed how important it is to have better transit so that we can not only serve people who need to get to jobs, need to get to work, reduce climate goals. Cities are being held accountable to spend money to address climate goals, and one of the best ways they can do that is with transit. And this is what we're trying to do. So we heard a lot of commitment that I was very pleased to hear from Mr. Sam DeSue Jr. It was very nice. So I look forward to meeting with them tomorrow and following up on that. Councilor Dunwell.
I don't like it. Feels like extortion. I think we've said that and stated that in the past. None of us may be here in 2026. They may have different leadership at TriMet in 2026, and the rules may just change. And we also know that we're backed into a corner because the legislature has already declined to move forward on this once and said it's more of a local for us to deal with that on our own. At least that's what I recall from prior conversations. And I don't know if that would change if it goes back in front of the legislature. We feel, I sense that we have limited options other than to go to the table in good faith and stand up and say, we will be honest, we will be fair, and we expect you to be the same.
Thank you. Council President Ackerball.
I guess, so we're still kind of asking questions at this point, and then we can have some more discussion too. But we've said this in this meeting, we've said it in past meetings. I just want to re-clarify the scenario for all the people out there that may be listening, right? Because it sounds kind of unbelievable, right? So let's just clarify one more time. So, is TriMet providing service to that area?
No.
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 Is TriMet collecting taxes from that area?
Yes.
Is SMART providing some service to that area?
Yes.
Not to Basalt, but yes to the three city properties, yeah.
To the city properties. Is SMART collecting taxes in that area?
No.
No.
So, and as we approach these negotiations, TriMet is demanding that we pay money so that SMART could collect taxes to provide services to that area.
I think TriMet's argument is that they have debt to pay, that if they give up this revenue, it's going to have an impact on their entire district. So they need to be made whole for that so that they don't have to pass those costs on.
So the argument is that Wilsonville would take TriMet down?
No. This is a rounding error on their $1.2 billion budget, to be clear. But it does have an impact on their revenue. And I'm trying real hard to tell you what I believe TriMet thinks. I think they want to be responsible to the rest of their district to say, we're losing this boundary area out here in Wilsonville, but we've been compensated for it and we don't have to therefore increase payroll taxes across the board. Now, that's what they would have to do in 2026. If we move forward with the petition, the city would pay zero. We would still be stuck with this issue of the three city properties that we have to deal with because there's nothing in statute about that. So, but in terms of Basalt Creek, all the revenue that they're getting out of that, my whole thing is if we're going to do this, I've been pitching this from the very beginning. Let's do this all at once. Why do we keep talking about Basalt Creek versus the three city properties? Let's see if we can make a holistic deal here with TriMet on the future so that we're not back here 10 years from now, or we have, at least for the next 25 years, we have this figured out so that nobody else has to go through the pain that we've gone through for the last 12 years. That's the goal.
So that makes sense to me, trying to do it comprehensively, resolve things. But with Basalt Creek, isn't that partially service, an area that would impact Tualatin?
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's basically vacant land out there right now, but on anything north of Basalt Creek Parkway would impact Tualatin because that's all future growth area for them. Anything south of Basalt Creek Parkway would be under our jurisdiction and is all employment land. We don't have any housing like Tualatin has planned on the other side of Basalt Creek. So it's a future thing. My whole thing is, I think it would be irresponsible for the city to invest millions and millions of dollars out there in Basalt Creek, which we have a plan to do, and attract high-paying jobs out there. The level of pain to the TriMet Service District is exponentially worse if we allow that to happen. To me, it's just horrible public policy. It shouldn't be allowed, which is why we introduced HB 2666, is to remedy it. Do I think that the legislation is dead? Maybe this term, but if we can't come to some kind of agreement, I think we just keep submitting that legislation, or we take our luck in 2026 on Basalt Creek. But I do think we need to remedy the three city properties, and I don't know any other avenue that we can do that other than this, and hope that we can get them to come to terms on the MOU.
I think there's one other avenue, is to hold some community meetings and bring all of our businesses together and make sure that they understand this.
I think we would do that, Mayor, if and when we decided to go to the petition route. We would certainly put some effort in to doing a lot of outreach to every property that's in the urban growth boundary to say, here's why it's to your advantage to make this petition. But I think having those discussions now without any kind of real kind of end game would just kind of whip up bad public press for TriMet, to be honest with you, because they're not providing services out there right now. So I'm not sure what would be gained from that. right now.
Well, the problem is our 3 city properties that we want, that we are now providing services for, that you say we cannot remedy that until 2026.
There's no statutory provision that I'm aware of to deal with that. Again, that was an assertion made
Can
by
that be
TriMet.
remedied in 2026?
I mean, I think it could be remedied by legislation if we could just get the legislature to act on the bills, which is what we were trying to do from the very beginning.
Yeah, the problem with the 3 properties is they're not of significant enough size for the current statutory remedy that exists that we can apply for the urban growth boundary.
And the difference, I think, on those 3 properties is that the return on investment from that is significantly less than it would be for Basalt Creek, because Basalt Creek may be 15, 20 years before we see any investment out there. Again, I'm trying to avoid a train wreck in the future for folks that are sitting there that don't look like you or me or Ms. Guile. I mean, I don't know, maybe
I'll still be here
20 years, okay. She's young.
But I don't want to have my name on an agreement that then I say, oh, why did I do that?
So I think we've had enough questions, and it's probably time to ask for a motion.
Before you do that.
Or do you want to stay with this?
Well,
Okay.
I will just say that nothing will happen without your future blessing. So all you're doing is authorizing us to move forward with negotiations on.
Well, this would allow us to.
IGA on the 3 city properties, yes. That would finalize that. But the UGB stuff would come back to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whether you wanted to do one of those 2 options would come back to you.
Petition or pay.
So can you give us
great options. I have it right here. I move to approve resolution number 3069.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been moved by Councilor Berry and seconded, motion's been moved by Councilor Dunwell, seconded by Councilor Berry. Is there any further discussion? Please.
You can state that it doesn't feel good, because it doesn't.
No, it doesn't feel good. You know, I think basically we all want strong transit options. We want our transit providers to be able to do well, right? We want options that are equitable for our community. We want to combat climate change. We want to do all of those things. They are city concerns, they are regional concerns, they're global concerns, right? I think, you know, you hear them be popular sentiments, but I think we're trying to address it by actually doing something. We're trying to actually provide service. I think we just got to start getting after what matters. And if we really all have those same goals, strong transit, equitable options, you know, climate change, if those are really all of our goals, it shouldn't be this hard to do this work. And so, but you referred to the 4 pages of whereas statements in resolution, what was it, 3055. I don't want that to be swept away, because those detailed all of the little steps that have been on this long road that I find so irritating at this point. I think that we do need something that shows the commitment from TriMet that gives us protection because of those 4 pages of whereas statements.
We will communicate.
Unfortunately, that is the place that we're in, I think.
And we will communicate that clearly tomorrow.
Thank you. Any other comments? Maybe we're all talked out.
Maybe.
Seeing no further comments, I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. That brings us to Continuing business, ordinance number 879, second reading. Will the city attorney please read the ordinance?
This is second reading of ordinance number 879, an ordinance of the City of Wilsonville regarding regulation of camping on public property by adding sections 10.700 through 10.780 to the Wilsonville Code, amending Wilsonville Code sections 3.000, 5.200, 5.210, and 10.540, and repealing Wilsonville Code sections 6.400 and 10.425.
A call to order the Wilsonville City Council second reading on ordinance number 879 as has been read. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff or city attorney on ordinance number 879?
No.
Hearing no further questions, do I have a motion on ordinance number 879?
I move to adopt ordinance number 879 on second reading.
Is there? Ordinance number 879, let me start over on that. Councilor Dunwell has moved to adopt ordinance number 879 on second reading, and Councilor Berry has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
No.
Hearing no further discussion or commentary, I hereby ask the city recorder to make a roll call vote. Those in favor of adoption of the ordinance will, as their names are called, answer aye, and those opposed will answer no. Those who wish to abstain from the vote will answer abstain. The city recorder will now call the roll.
Counselor Berry?
Aye.
Council President Aukervall?
Aye.
Counselor Dunwell?
Aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Aye. The motion passes 4-0. The hearing is closed. Is there any city manager's business?
Just real quick, Mayor, members of council, we will be hosting the Clackamas County City's Dinner on June 22nd. So we hope you would all show up for that because we're the host city for that. Unfortunately, I will be out of town and so will Gina, but Amanda will be representing admin staff because she will be presenting on the camping ordinance, and we'll also have a presentation by planning staff on the TOD project, both relevant in terms of what's going on in the county and the state right now. Yes. So, and it should be a good event. Usually get a pretty good turnout for that from other cities. So that's all I have.
Where will it be held?
I'm sorry, McMenamins.
Okay. Any legal business?
Just want to let the council know that I will be at the Oregon City Attorney's Spring Conference on Thursday and Friday, though I will be here for Budget Committee, and I will be presenting on camping once again.
I'm sure you will. Very good. All right, thank you very much. Our meeting is adjourned at 9:47 p.m.